Micah and the Candles of Time, the Isdralan Chronicles. Written by Beth Connor. Narrated by Michael Smith. Chapter 1. The Kayak. You must surrender to the chaos of the unknown before you hope to progress. Micah tucked the unusual postcard back under his pillow. It must have been Riley who sent it. Who else would have been so cryptic? Tip, tip, tip. The noise came from his window. It seemed to match the pace of his thumbs as they flew across the phone, typing 3 messages in quick succession. Why did you send me that message? Is it a new game? You are so strange. Tap, tap, tap. Micah pulled the blanket down, sitting up to see what could have made that racket. He squeezed his eyes shut almost instantly, blocking out the awful morning sunshine, and pulled the blanket back over his head. The message to Riley was still open. Micah waited for the 3 dots to appear that showed his friend typing back, but there was nothing. Then it hit him like a ton of bricks. It was only 8:00 a.m. Back in Seattle, it would be 5:00 a.m. None of his friends would wake up that early during summer vacation. This sucked. Rep, rep, rep. The clamoring was even louder this time. Insistent. He threw off his blanket and rose, ready to smash whatever had made that awful sound. Micah turned toward the noise and found himself eye to eye with the largest raven he had ever seen. The black bird regarded him intelligently through the window, as if memorizing his face, then stretched its wings and flew away. Micah sighed and laid back down, pulling the covers over his head, and tapped on Stardew Valley. Time to wake up. He groaned and buried his face in the bedding, trying to ignore his mother's chipper voice from down the hall. Unfortunately, his efforts were futile. The door creaked open, and muffled footsteps sounded across the wooden floorboards. "Micah," a low voice whispered. It wasn't his mother invading his space. Perhaps if he laid motionless, letting his breath rise and fall in a slow, rhythmic motion, his father would think he was asleep and just go away. "Hey, Micah, wake up." No such luck. There would be no ignoring his father. Micah sat up and rubbed his eyes, then flopped back down dramatically, pulling the pillow over his head. "But it's Saturday," he moaned. His dad let out a hearty laugh and tousled Micah's hair. "Your mom's cooking a fancy breakfast. Come join us." Micah peeked out from under the pillow and gave a reluctant nod. His dad's green eyes were framed with dark-rimmed glasses, and the morning light reflected off his balding head. The corners of his mouth turned down as his eyes landed on the phone in Micah's hand. "Oh, Micah," his father sighed loudly. "We've told you 1,000,000 times not to bring your phone to bed with you at night." Micah clenched his phone. "It's not fair! It's not like I'm doing anything bad!" Before Micah realized what was happening, the phone left his hand. He watched in horror as it sailed across the room, nearly hitting his father's head, and landed harmlessly on an overstuffed chair. His dad didn't say a word as he scooped the phone up from the chair. He just stared, as if he didn't know his own son. Micah frowned and pulled his blanket back over his head, listening for the door to slam shut. He hated this place, with its stupid bugs and stupid ocean. He wanted to hate his parents too, but they were all he had left. He grabbed a sweatshirt from the floor and pulled it over his head. It may be too hot for long sleeves, but he didn't care. Mosquitoes would not bleed him dry today. Micah yanked the hood up over his head and tugged on the strings to tighten it around his face. The bedroom door, swollen with heat, was stuck after being slammed and refused to open. Great! He bent his knees and hurled his shoulder at it, forcing his way out, then stomped down the hallway. "Good morning," he grumbled and rubbed his eyes. The odor of burned biscuits hit him first, followed by the more appealing smell of bacon and eggs. Micah crossed the cracked linoleum tiles, passing by the grime-coated, broken-down appliances, to join his mother, father, and baby sister Bethany at an oversized wooden table. His mother hummed as she served the family. Bethany grabbed a handful of Cheerios and shoved them into her mouth. She picked at a stray piece of cereal still attached to her sticky arm, then tried to throw it at Micah. Her hand jerked twice, but the bit refused to release. Micah laughed at his sister, being her usual mischievous self. "Good morning, sunshine," said his mother, pulling a chair out for him. Micah sighed, failing at his attempt to be pleasant. His dad raised an eyebrow in his direction, but said nothing. Maybe he hadn't told his mom about the phone. They had only been in Bar Harbor for about a month. This had been where his father had grown up, and after inheriting the home from some ancient aunt, he had decided it would be a good idea to drag the family across the country to a better neighborhood. There was nothing wrong with their old neighborhood. All his friends were back home in Seattle. His mom and dad had promised he could stay in touch with them, but the internet service they found was so slow that none of his games would even run. When they had first arrived in Maine, his phone blew up with messages. Now, he was lucky if he heard from his friends once a day. They were forgetting him and moving on with their lives. Micah squeezed his eyes shut, pushing back the tears that threatened to break free. Micah hated it here. He had been angry at his parents since they arrived, until a few nights ago, when he heard them talking about how long his dad had been out of work and how lucky they had been to inherit this house. "Thanks for making breakfast, Mom," Micah said, tearing the biscuit into tiny pieces, hoping she wouldn't notice that he wasn't eating it. After everyone finished, his mother scooped the dishes and placed them into the stained porcelain sink. His dad headed toward the study. "I'm going to send my resume out to a few more companies. Are you okay cleaning up on your own?" His mom nodded, but her face looked troubled. Micah knew better than to ask what was wrong. His mom was usually a rock, steady and strong. But today, she looked small and sad. Micah sighed and gave her a light hug. He wavered before asking, "Is there anything you need me to do today?" He didn't want to do chores, but if she found out about the phone, it may buy him some points. She raised her eyebrow, looking thoughtful. "The dock," she mused, brushing a strand of blonde hair from her face. "Aunt Mary left a terrible mess, and I would love for you to clean it up and make it safer." "Sure thing, Mom." He smiled at his mother and gave her hand a squeeze. Cleaning the yard would give him a chance to explore down by the water. They'd been here almost a month, and he hadn't gotten to swim in the harbor yet. Micah's dad had never been this protective back home, but he'd been acting strangely since they arrived in Maine. Something about this house seemed to set him on edge. Perhaps if the backyard and dock were clean, they would finally get to go swimming. Micah glanced at his mom before heading out the front door. Her eyes looked empty, and dark circles with deep creases surrounded them. "Do you want me to take Bethany?" he ventured. His mother obviously needed a break. "She might enjoy being outside, and you could take a nap." She looked at Micah for a moment and nodded. "I would like that." He wished his mom weren't so miserable. His parents had agreed that moving to Maine would be best. His dad had said this small town with its clean ocean air was the perfect place to raise a family. but they had lived in the city for so long that everyone was having a hard time adjusting to small-town life. "The stroller," his mom said, huffing as she pulled the bulky thing out of the closet. Micah unfolded it, clicking the wheels into place, while his mom lifted Bethany out of the high chair and placed a light kiss on her pudgy cheek. "You have fun with your brother," she cooed, then turned to Micah. "Be careful, and give her your full attention if you take her out of the stroller." She glanced down the hall toward his dad's office. "And stay away from the water when Dad and I are not there." "Yes, Mom," Micah said, rolling his eyes. He wasn't an idiot, and he had taken the lifeguard test with his swim team back home and passed with flying colors. Twigs snapped under his feet as he pushed the stroller down the path to the dock. The surrounding trees swayed in the gentle breeze. Eventually, they opened to a large clearing where the water met the old pier. It almost reminded Micah of the trail he and Riley used to explore that ended in a long public dock on Lake Washington. Micah breathed the pine scent into his lungs, listening to the birds chattering around him. He shivered and felt the delicate hairs on his arms stand up. There was a large black bird perched above, watching him closely. A sharp sting distracted him, and Micah swatted at the mosquito feasting on his arm. When he looked back up, the bird was gone. Micah put the brake on the stroller and gave his sister a handful of cereal and some toys. Time to get to it. Bethany gurgled happily as he set about picking up the debris scattered across the yard. His great-aunt was a bit of a hoarder, so the dumpster they had rented was already mostly full. Hopefully, there was enough room for all the junk scattered around the backyard. Micah made sure he could monitor Bethany as he lugged the loads up the path to dispose of them. He was on his third trip down the trail when he noticed the kayak. His heart beat faster when he saw it, and an incredible idea manifested. Years of muck had accumulated on the vessel as it lay upside down near a pile of brush. He wiped away some dirt, revealing a bright yellow hull. No apparent leaks. Someone had scribbled the words Squabatinia in what appeared to be black Sharpie, or perhaps paint. What did that even mean? He pushed the boat onto its side and discovered a paddle tucked neatly under the craft. "Micah!" his mom's voice called from the top of the trail. He quickly pushed the brush back over the boat and moved away, grabbing some trash. His father was with her, and he bolted down the path toward Bethany. "My poor baby, are you cold?" he gushed, covering her with a blanket. "You shouldn't have left her alone with Micah. He's barely watching her," he said, turning back to his wife. "You could have gotten me. I could have taken my laptop out here." His dad was being weird and protective again. "She is fine, Richard," his mom answered, her voice wavering. "And there is no Wi-Fi signal in the backyard." Richard scooped the baby into his arms. "Oh, someone has a full diaper." He made his way back up the trail toward the house. "Come on, Becky. You can still get that nap in. Micah, do you mind finishing up here? I'll watch Bethany. Cheer up, son. It's not that bad, is it?" Micah resisted the urge to hit his dad and just gave a nod. Micah's mom peered at him before following his dad into the house. "Dinner's at 6, okay?" He wanted to tell them it was bad, that he had no one, and he was going to start the 8th grade with no friends. But they had their own troubles, and he didn't want to add to them. It was much nicer being out here on his own. Micah watched his parents and Bethany disappear around the corner before returning to the kayak. Between garbage hauls, he carefully cleaned the modest vessel. Once it was clear of dirt, he pushed it into the water, testing its seaworthiness. There were no leaks anywhere. Perfect. A bird called in the distance, and he heard a splash. Micah pulled the boat back onto shore and secured it nearby. He saw something small in the water, swimming toward him. It was about the size of a raccoon, bobbing up and down. When the creature was about 10 feet from him, he could tell it was a dog with eyes as dark as the night sky. Laying on his stomach at the edge of the dock, Micah tried to get a closer look. The animal looked pathetic and small. Most of all, it looked lonely and lost. He knew what that felt like, and the urge to help this pitiful creature was almost overwhelming. "Here, girl, I won't hurt you. Let's get you out of this water." The pup kept swimming toward him, and when it was close enough, he scooped it out. The poor thing was shivering, and he could see now that it wasn't like any dog he had ever encountered. It looked like a miniature version of a wolf, and specks of blue light swirled in its dark eyes. Micah took his sweatshirt off and wrapped it around the wretched creature, but it wriggled free and hopped down to the dock. "It looks like you're feeling better. Do you have a name?" The pup didn't have a collar or tags, but Micah was sure that someone would miss it. As Micah reached for the dog again, he spotted an eerie blue light floating midway between him and the ocean floor. It drew him in, and he leaned toward it for a brief second. When he looked back, the dog was gone. The creature had taken off in a flash and was already halfway down the dock. "Come back, girl. I'll help you." Micah rose to his feet, brushed the dirt from his sweatshirt, but the dog just padded off into the woods. "Wait!" He jogged toward the tree line and peered past the thick copse of trees. A breeze whistled through the pine needles, and he shivered involuntarily before shaking his head. He turned back toward the water to inspect the light, but couldn't find it anywhere. Perhaps it had only been a figment of his imagination? There was something strange about this place. Perhaps he had finally found something interesting to do. Tonight, after his parents went to bed, he would take the kayak on its maiden voyage. Moonlight poured into the open bedroom window as bright as day when the chime of his phone jarred Micah awake. The waves' distant lapping floated in the air, blended with the crickets' soft song. The bed creaked as he shifted and placed his feet on the cool wooden floor, trying to contain his excitement. Micah had left his door slightly ajar so it wouldn't stick. He pushed it open and strained his ears, listening for anyone awake in the house. Silence greeted him. He grabbed the backpack he had filled with snacks and his Swiss Army knife and carefully tiptoed down the hall. So far, so good. He crept along, avoiding squeaky floorboards, and rounded the corner. Outside, the moonlight illuminated the path as Micah made his way down to the shore. There was a slight chill in the air. Enormous trees cast eerie shadows, and Micah caught a movement in the corner of his eyes. He shivered, surveying the shoreline. Maybe that dog was still hanging around, but all he saw were the pine boughs swaying in the breeze. In the kayak, Micah adjusted the backpack between his knees and braced with his legs as he pushed off the shore. Entrancing bits of light danced on the swells the kayak created as it cut through the waves. It was peaceful on the water, but Micah didn't want to go too far, just somewhere private, away from his mom and dad. The one good thing about Maine was that it had so much space and so few people. Back home, everywhere they went was crowded. Here, he could find a private place and build a fort that was his alone. A bead of sweat formed beneath Micah's brow. Paddling was hard work. It had been well over 20 minutes, and he had only made it about a quarter mile down the shoreline. Just when he was ready to give up, he spotted the clearing. Along the harbor's rocky shores and outcrops, a sandy beach lay nestled amid a copse of trees. It would be perfect for his hideout. As he veered toward the sandy shore, an uncanny blue light rose from the depths of the water, floating midway between him and the shore. At first, Micah assumed it was the moon's reflection, but this glow seemed to come from below the water, and looking exactly like the one he had seen earlier. Moon fairies. That's what his dad would say. As he stared into it, Micah remembered the camping trips his parents had taken him on each year before Bethany was born. They would sit in front of the fire, telling stories and eating s'mores. When the fire burned out, they would grab a flashlight and make their way down a tiny path to a creek. His dad would point out the flashes of light on the water and tell him they were moon fairies. Micah would try to talk to the tiny fairies and capture the elusive things in his hands, only to end up soaked. As he got older, he stopped believing in the fairies, and after a time, they stopped going camping as a family. When the kayak hit the beach with a soft thud, he looked up surprised. The last thing he remembered, he was staring into the light, lost in thought, and now he was on shore. Micah scanned the water, searching for the blue light again, but all he could see was the reflection of the moon on the sea. It was gone, just like the moon fairies. A faint cry echoed in the distance. Maybe it was his little dog friend. Micah adjusted himself for a better view. Further down the shore, he saw a person hunched over in the darkness. Their shoulders shook as the sobs pierced the night. Having the perfect hideout all to himself was probably too good to be true, Micah thought as he lifted the paddle to push off and head back home. He should probably leave this person alone. But something made him hesitate. What if they were lost or hurt? It would be cruel to leave them in despair. Chapter 2. Muirin. Before Micah could change his mind, he pulled the kayak onto the sandy shore and slung the backpack over his shoulder. Taking a sharp breath, he proceeded down the beach toward the figure. When he was close enough, he could tell that she was clearly a girl, or maybe a small woman. Her long hair hid a pale face, and when she raised her eyes to meet his, it pulled him in. Like the night sky, her eyes held millions of stars. As he looked deeper, he saw specks of blue light swirl within, just like the dog's. She coughed and lifted her chin. "Hello?" Micah jumped in surprise at the sound of her voice. He almost lost his footing, then steadied himself and took a deep breath. How long had he been there, staring at her? Sharp pins and needles moved through his body like little electric currents. He approached her slowly, trying not to stare. She was beautiful, probably the prettiest girl he had ever seen. Her long, dark hair moved with the breeze, and he watched transfixed as her lips turned up at the corners. His tongue felt 10 times its normal size as he tried to force out a greeting. Girl! Her tiny smile widened to a full one that brightened her entire face. "I am," she laughed. "Were you expecting something else?" Micah cringed. He had always been shy around girls. "Well, I found this boat the other day." He swayed, stumbling as she watched him. "It was cool. I knew my parents wouldn't let me use it, so I snuck out." In his attempt to impress her, he ended up sounding like an idiot. For the briefest moment, a shadow crossed her eyes, but it disappeared as soon as it had come. She bit her bottom lip and smiled. "Oh, I'm glad you did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met." "Why are you out so late?" Micah asked. "Are you okay?" She sighed and pushed a strand of hair from her face. Micah didn't think she was going to answer, but then she turned toward him. "I'm looking for someone," she said. "I'm Muirin, by the way." Micah blinked and felt the heat rising in his face. Her eyes were wide, and her long dark hair seemed to move like the sea. He hoped it was dark enough that she didn't notice how red his cheeks were. "Oh, hi, Muirin." He scrunched his face. "I was just looking for somewhere to set up a fort. But I can help you search. Embarrassment washed over him before the words had fully escaped his mouth. Forts were for little kids, and he was going to be an 8th grader. To this girl, he would forever be the boy who liked to build forts. Ugh.
I would be forever grateful,
she said, leaning forward with an earnest smile.
Do you have a name?
Micah relaxed his shoulders and let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Perhaps she didn't think his fort was stupid. Micah, he mumbled, looking at his feet. How had he forgotten to tell her his name? What are we looking for? He asked, already scanning the beach. Then he realized something. The puppy. Muirin, did you lose your dog? She eyed him warily before answering in a soft voice.
No, I'm looking for my father.
Micah squinted, scanning sand and rock on the empty beach. I don't think you're going to find him here. He winced the moment the words left his mouth. Her dad was missing, and he spit out sarcasm? I'm sorry. Muirin chuckled and pointed to a narrow crevice between 2 large rocks.
My mother told me she and my father used to meet there before I was born. I came here to think.
How long has he been missing? She sighed.
I've never met my father. I don't think he knows I exist.
A fresh tear trailed down her cheek.
But my mother's in trouble, and I don't know who else to trust.
Oh. Micah shifted awkwardly. He was not sure how he could help. Maybe in the morning he could ask his parents. He just needed an excuse to have met her. Telling them about the girl he met when he snuck out of the house seemed like a bad idea. He might get grounded, or even worse, they may take his phone away. What trouble is your mom in? Muirin frowned and started walking toward the water. Wait, Micah called. I didn't mean to offend you. I just want to help. She paused and looked over her shoulder.
She is caught up in... you wouldn't understand. You don't have these kinds of problems in your world.
Her voice trailed off, and Micah could tell Muirin didn't want to share her mom's troubles. Do you live around here? He asked, changing the subject. Muirin laughed, and he felt butterflies fluttering in his stomach.
Not exactly.
Then her face darkened, and her laughter stopped abruptly. There was a danger to this girl that he couldn't quite put his finger on.
I live both close and far away.
She shrugged.
I'm not like you.
Huh? What do you mean? Her lips pressed into a thin line as she studied him. She gave a sharp nod, and her body began to glow with a pale blue light that grew increasingly intense until he had to look away. When he turned back, a small, wolf-like dog was trotting toward him. It circled twice before glowing and shifting back to Muirin. He shivered and slapped his arm. What had he gotten himself into? Muirin was the dog? Was this some sort of crazy dream? Micah glanced toward the kayak and then to the red mark blooming on his arm. If he just backed away and said goodnight, he would be home before anyone noticed he was gone.
You're not dreaming.
Her voice sounded like the tinkling of wind chimes. She rose to her feet and grabbed a piece of driftwood from the beach, then walked into the wet sand at the water's edge. There she drew 2 circles that overlapped slightly. She pointed with the stick to one circle.
This is where I live.
She moved it to the other.
And this is where you live. The center is where we meet.
Our worlds meet in Maine? Micah asked, feeling stupid.
Well, it's not really as simple as that.
She paused before grabbing 2 small rocks and placing them together so they touched.
If you think about it in 3 dimensions, it looks different, right?
Micah nodded as she handed him the rocks, continuing.
Now, imagine the rocks can occupy the same place, but they remain 2 separate things.
But they can't, he interjected. She raised an eyebrow.
Oh? And Can a person shift into an animal?
Micah shook his head. I suppose not. He pinched his arm again, hoping to wake up. This was not the adventure he had planned when he set out in his kayak.
Sometimes, when the two worlds touch, pockets of them come together and become one. This beach is one of those places.
Her voice was soft as she gazed out over the sea.
There are lots of places where the worlds come together every now and then. Here, the connection stays open for about a week every year. It's all about how the energies flow. Our paths connect when your sun is at its zenith, when you celebrate your solstice. It's where my parents met. I thought if I came back, I could find my father, and he might help me get my mother back. But it was a foolish idea.
Realization dawned on Micah. So, you and your mom are from there? He pointed to one rock. And your dad's from here? Micah glanced at the other. Muirin nodded.
Yes, something like that.
A pang of sadness echoed in his heart. He couldn't imagine not knowing his father. They had grown apart in the last couple of years, but he loved his dad. As he thought of moon fairies and magic, he realized the exact moment things had changed. It was just after his 12th birthday. Micah's mom had given him a kiss and hug and left his dad to tell him a bedtime story. His dad's tales always involved strange creatures, fairies, and lots of magic. That same day, a classmate had teased Micah for believing that selkies were real, had said he was acting like a little kid and should grow up. He had felt so embarrassed. That night, when his dad began his tale, Micah told him magic was stupid and he was too old for bedtime stories. He remembered his dad's face, clear as day. His shoulders had slumped, and his eyes had misted before he gave his son a kiss on the forehead and walked away. Micah hadn't cared then. He was growing up and was too cool for little kid stuff. That was the last time his dad had ever brought up magic. Sitting on this pocket beach in Maine, Micah would have given anything to change that day. He reached out to clasp Muirin's hand, but quickly drew it back. "Come home with me. My father will help you find yours, I know it." She dug her heels into the soft sand and stood firm.
"I will go nowhere with you."
He shook his head, confused. What had he done wrong? "You don't have to go with me, I just wanted to help. You can meet me tomorrow." Muirin looked at him, her eyes narrowing. She looked like an angel standing in the moonlight with the ocean behind her.
"I will consider it, Micah,"
she whispered with a quick nod.
"Thank you."
"My house is over there," Micah said, blushing. He pointed across the harbor where they could just make out the dock. "My dad will help, I just know it." Muirin's eyes darkened, and she looked over the water. She clasped his hand in hers and gave it a squeeze.
"I need to go now, but perhaps I will see you tomorrow."
With that, she turned and walked toward the sea.
"Wait, Muirin, where are you going?"
Micah cried.
"I am going home,"
she replied without turning around. "In the ocean? Wait! Stay with me, just for a while. I don't even know what happened to your mom," Micah whispered. "You can tell me more." Loneliness washed over him. He hadn't realized how empty he had been feeling. She gave no reply, and when Muirin reached the water, she did not stop. One foot in front of the other, she stepped into the sea, waves lapping at her feet. When the water reached her waist, Muirin disappeared under the swells, and a blue light flared, nearly blinding Micah. When his vision cleared, he saw a small seal poke its head from the foam, like the selkies in his dad's stories. Her dark eyes, swirling with blue, gazed at him, boring into his soul before vanishing below the water. Micah sat down and stared out over the water for a long time. Did that really happen? He sunk his bare feet into the sand and wiggled his toes, feeling the grains slip between them. It seemed real. Micah squeezed his eyes shut again, half expecting to find himself in his own bed. But everything remained exactly the same. The water still lapped at his feet. Stars still scattered across the sky, but they were growing fewer by the minute. A thick mist hovered over the sea, and dawn colored a thin line on the horizon. A knot formed in Micah's stomach. It was time to go. He would need to get home fast if he was going to crawl into bed before his mom and dad woke. What would he tell them if Muirin showed up? He was pretty sure that his dad would believe him. His dad had never made him feel stupid for his imagination. He pulled the kayak toward the water and tossed his pack in, pausing for a last look at the beach. This would be his place soon. The water was cool on his legs as he tossed his shoes into the vessel, hopped in, and pushed off. Right, left, right, left. He continued to paddle methodically, but the dock in front of his home did not seem to get any closer. Time was standing still. I wish I didn't have to go back. His voice echoed in the silent morning. Suddenly, Micah heard the distant rumble of thunder in the distance. The ocean mist had thickened into a blanket of fog, so he could barely make out the shoreline or dock ahead. Why was it so foggy? Was it a hurricane? He really needed to get home. Micah squared his shoulders and paddled faster, his breath coming in short bursts as his fear rose. The clouds overhead were inky black now, tinged silvery red with the hint of a rising sun. His skin prickled as he looked to where his house should be. If it was a hurricane, he could end up lost at sea and drown. If he turned back to the safety of the beach, he'd never make it back on time. His parents would know he'd snuck out for sure, and being grounded would be the least of his problems. In the end, being alive won out. The beach where he had met Muirin was closer. He could at least see its outline. He turned the kayak around and started back. A pale blue light glowed once more below the water's surface. Micah was sure it was the same light that seemed to follow his new friend. "Muirin?" he called into the night, but received no reply. One of his science books had said that water droplets and fog could scatter light and trick your eyes. That must be what was happening, Micah told himself, searching for a logical explanation. Get it together before you're stuck in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Micah's kayak finally bumped up against the soft sand, and he was quick to pull it onto shore. The fog was still thick here, but less so than over the sea. As he put on one shoe and adjusted the straps of his backpack, he scanned the beach for a trail to the road. He knew a highway followed the coast. If he could get to it, he could make his way home. He was relieved to find a faint path winding into the overgrowth. It looked like it hadn't been used in ages. Branches scraped against his arms as he picked his way through the brush and trees toward where the highway should be. He hoped the visibility would be better there. His surroundings looked unfamiliar. Nothing like his beach, although his place couldn't be far off. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he had to put a hand out to catch his balance. It was as if the earth was turning way too quickly, like one of those rides at the fair, spinning round and round. Then, as fast as the vertigo had come, it was gone. The stars above had become almost non-existent as dawn pushed its way forward. Chapter 3. Hawk and Nosh. Micah continued to look for signs of the road or even a house. Finally, he saw light ahead. As he approached the source, he heard a faint musical tune. It sounded like someone was humming. He jogged toward the sound, almost tripping over a loose shoelace, but he caught his balance on a tree. The path opened to a clearing where a tent stood surrounded by heaps of junk in front of a glowing fire, and an old man crouched over and peered into a cooking pot. Micah watched the man sway back and forth like a cobra getting ready to strike. After a moment, a husky laugh burst from the man's lips.
You might as well say something. You are louder than a herd of drunken elephants.
Micah stepped into the clearing, tiptoeing around stacks of canned goods and junk haphazardly strewn around the campsite, toward the fire. "Excuse me, could you show me the way to the road?" The old man studied him for a moment before jumping to his feet and stretching out a hand.
"Name's Hawk."
Micah reached out his hand and shook. "I'm Micah." He would not forget to introduce himself again. The man's skin was leathery and calloused, and he wore a black feather woven into his chestnut hair. Gesturing toward the patch of dirt, Hawk continued, his voice softer.
"Have a seat."
"Sorry, I really need to get home." Micah shifted his weight. Back in Seattle, he had always avoided the tent cities filled with unhoused. Most of the people there were nice, but every now and then you would meet someone dangerous. His parents told him to give those camps a wide berth. Hawk was the first homeless person he had seen in Maine. "My mom and dad are going to be worried sick." Hawk retrieved 2 metal camp bowls from a pack and filled them with whatever was in the pot.
"Eat first."
His mouth spread into a smile, showing crooked teeth. Okay." Perhaps it was safer to humor the man. Micah sat down and accepted the bowl. He sniffed at the brown slop in the dish, and his stomach growled.
"Dinty more,"
Hawk tittered, shoving a large bite into his mouth.
"Eat."
Micah blinked in surprise, but complied, taking a swallow of stew. It wasn't bad at all. He hadn't realized how hungry he was, and he shoveled the rest of the food down, smacking his lips as he took the last bite. He reached over to pull his backpack off his shoulders. "I have a granola bar if you want one," he offered.
"My stew is enough for me,"
Hawk grinned. "Thank you for the soup," Micah said, then waited for Hawk to continue.
"Down to business then, I suppose."
Hawk rose from the stump he had been sitting on and paced.
"What brings you to my corner, young man?"
"Well," Micah began again, "I might be a little lost." He paused, collecting his thoughts. "When I was going home, it got foggy. I got turned around, and now I need to get to the main road." The older man leaned back, but remained silent. Micah took this as an invitation to supply more information, so he continued. "I live in Bar Harbor, and I took my kayak along the shoreline. I was hoping you might show me the road or let me use your phone." The older man was still, eyes closed, and Micah worried he had fallen asleep.
"Are you running toward or away?"
Hawk's eyes were open now, looking directly into Micah's. Micah blinked. "Neither," he said. "I'm just lost and I need to get home." This old man was not listening to him. The sun had crested the horizon now, its rays casting a red glow on the trees that surrounded them. His mom was probably up by now, feeding baby Bethany, and it wouldn't be long before his dad would go to his room to wake him up and find the bed empty.
"Son, you ain't nowhere near your home."
Hawk sighed and eased himself up.
"Come with me."
He should go. Run as far away from the crazy guy as he could. But a whisper of curiosity urged him on, and he followed as the man walked toward the tree line. He thought about the 2 stones Muirin had shown him. According to her, their worlds would be linked for a few more days. What if he had somehow found his way to her home? He sighed, and Hawk looked over his shoulder with raised eyebrows. Micah averted his gaze. As they walked, Hawk whistled sharply, and a creature darted out from the shadows. It shot between Micah's legs, almost knocking him over, then slowed to a trot next to the man. At first, he thought it was Muirin. It was shaped like a dog, but on closer inspection, it looked more like a cross between a bear and a raccoon.
"Micah, meet Nosh,"
Hawk said with a grin. The animal looked at him, inclining its head as if in greeting. Micah gasped and leaned close. Its eyes were dark, speckled with the same blue light.
"Muirin, Is that you? Micah whispered and stretched his hand out to pet the tiny nose. The creature bared its teeth and let out a low growl. Micah yelped, jumping back, and looked at Hawk, who just laughed.
He doesn't like people much. Likes you well enough to come out, though. That's a good thing. He's a Chilki, a shapeshifter. But I've never seen his other form. I think he's stuck.
The little creature snorted and circled Hawk before matching his pace. How do you know he's a shapeshifter if he doesn't shift? Micah squinted at the creature. The man just shrugged. It seemed they were heading back toward the kayak, but the path was much longer than Micah remembered. Hawk seemed friendly enough, but Micah hung back a few feet, ready to run if necessary. Before long, the trees opened up to a rocky shore, and the new sun reflected on the water, its light dancing over the waves. Micah joined Hawk at the sea's edge and gazed across the ripples. There were no houses or docks in view. There was nothing at all, just forest, rocks, and shoreline. Hawk glanced at Nosh, then back to Micah.
I'm afraid, son, you may be stuck here for a bit.
The man ambled back to the trail with Micah on his heels. As soon as they reached the tree line, the camp was there, fire and all.
Wait, if I'm not in Maine, where am I?
Come,
Hawk said.
Sit.
What is going on? Micah asked, staring at the fire. The camp, it was...
He trailed off, not wanting to sound crazy. They had to have walked at least a half mile through those woods. Had the camp moved with them? Hawk took his seat on a boulder and pointed to another on the other side of the fire. Micah stood frozen. What had Muirin said about the portal? He needed to get home before the way closed. He remembered that much, but he had been too caught up with the fact that there was a portal to a magical world to absorb all the details. Shells and suns and energies swirled around in his brain as he tried to grasp the memory. All he could clearly recall was that time was of the essence. Dark trees loomed above, unfamiliar and foreboding. As of now, Hawk was the closest thing to a friend he had. Maybe if he sat and listened, he'd find out something useful quick. Unfortunately, this man didn't seem to be in a hurry. Micah sighed and sat down across the fire from Hawk, shrugging off the backpack and setting it by his feet. Nosh looked at him, then scurried off into the woods. Micah rose to help catch him, but Hawk pointed to the seat.
He will find his way back to me if he wants. Always does.
Hawk shifted slightly.
Where do you live, Micah?
I told you, Bar Harbor, Micah said, pointing. But the shore and trees looked different. Something in the fog had changed everything. Hawk smiled soberly.
Let me do my best to explain this.
Hawk's presence transformed as he settled into a story. The fire between them crackled and illuminated the deep lines on his face, and his dark eyes reflected the flames, mesmerizing Micah.
There once was a brave warrior who had traveled the world. He had been to the highest mountains and across the sea. Every season, he would travel, seeing great things, and he'd learn about the surrounding wonders. Of all the wonderful things he saw, there was nothing as beautiful as his wife. After each adventure, he would return to her and share the wonders with her.
Can't you just tell me what's going on? Micah asked curtly. This man sounded like his dad. I don't want a story, I want to go home. A hint of a smile crossed Hawk's lips.
Everything is a story, boy, and stories teach us what we need to know.
Where I'm from, stories are just stupid stuff people make up when they don't know the actual answers. Hawk snapped his mouth shut and opened it as if to reply, but all that came out was a heavy sigh.
Is that what you believe?
Micah's face fell. You remind me of my dad. He thought of the hurtful words he had thrown at his dad. What lessons had he missed in those stories? If he was in the place where Muirin lived, maybe she could help him. but he knew nothing about this place or how to find her. Micah rolled his eyes and pressed his head into his hands, forcing himself to think. Hawk was his best bet for now. "Okay, I'm sorry," Micah finally said. "Please tell me more." Hawk looked thoughtful, rubbing his hands together.
One day, when the warrior returned home, the other villagers greeted him with sorrow, for his wife had passed on to the other world while he traveled. The man decided he must follow her there, for she was the light of his life.
"She was dead, right? Is this like heaven?" Micah asked, leaning forward. "Are we dead? Is that what you're trying to tell me?"
"Do I look dead?"
Hawk snapped. "No, but—"
"It's all right, just listen,"
Hawk continued.
"The warrior got in his canoe and traveled through storm and strife across the great lake to an island known as the Path to the Otherworld. On its shore, a great shaman greeted him who could live in both worlds. The shaman told him he must go back. It was not his time yet, and the Maker would not welcome him."
Hawk paused for a moment and took a sip from his canteen.
The man was heartbroken, but he knew the wise shaman was right. Before he left, he looked up and saw his love in the form of her spirit animal, a wise owl. She flew 2 circles around him before disappearing further into the island. The warrior knew then that he would someday meet her again, when it was his time.
"It's sad he lost his true love," Micah said. He pondered the story and tried to understand the message. What was time, anyway? Why couldn't the warrior skip the stuff in the middle and just be with the one he loved? Or go back and have a do-over? "So, I'm not supposed to be here, but I am. It was an accident. How did you get here?" Hawk gave a wide grin and pointed at Nosh.
"He showed me."
Micah looked at the critter incredulously. "How?" Hawk shrugged.
"Couldn't say. My memory around it is pretty fuzzy. But here's the thing I've learned since I've been here."
Micah nodded, and Hawk smiled widely, showing his crooked teeth.
"Before I got here, I had a boat I camped out in. It wasn't much, but it was home. Can't say I was happy. Preferred to keep to myself, and there were too many folks around. I was in a bit of a dark place. Didn't want to be around people, but I needed them. I had tried the live off the land thing, and got kicked out of a state park or 2.
He shifted uncomfortably and continued.
"Where I landed, people gave me what I needed. I just had to put up with them long enough to ask."
He looked thoughtful for a moment.
"Had a man that liked to check in on me. He brought me food a lot. After a while, I got feeling really low and thought about ending it all. That's when that guy showed up."
He pointed in the direction Nosh had run off into the woods.
"He was a lot smaller when I met him."
Hawk laughed at his memory.
"Thought he was a rat at first. He just sat there, staring at me with those wide eyes. All I could think was, I ain't never seen a rat that was so full of thoughts. It was almost as if I could see the universe in his eyes."
Hawk got quiet, and Micah waited patiently. There was still a sense of urgency in getting home, but Micah actually enjoyed listening to Hawk's stories. The man was obviously lonely, but he no longer seemed dangerous.
"He mesmerized me, that sneaky little bastard, but I'm glad for it. I remember little from that time except him going into the lake. I followed him down into the water. The last thing I remember was the cold water covering my face. The next day, I was here. When I woke, my thoughts were clearer than they had been in ages. I'm not sure how long I had been asleep, but it felt like I'd spent the night in a luxury suite with cushy pillows and a comfortable bed. Nosh was right there next to me, big as life. Or at least, bigger than a rat. This is how I know he can shift if he wants to."
Hawk laughed as if this were a personal joke.
After a while, I assumed I had died. Made the most sense. I had never believed in heaven or hell or the likes, but figured this was some kind of in-between place. Nosh would wander off, but always seemed to return, so I thought something connected us. Tried to talk Nosh about getting me back, but he never spoke. Never led me anywhere again. Just kind of sticks with me, no matter what.
He waited, letting Micah process the information.
Decided I would set out and find someone who could talk, who knew what was going on, you know. I made my way through the forest, not putting much thought into it. After a spell I was getting hungry, was wishing for a nice bowl of stew, worrying I would have to test my trapping and fire-building skills. Not long after that thought came into my head, I came across a camp, fire crackling, and 2 cans of Dinty Moor on a stump. I waited for more than an hour, expecting someone to arrive. Fires don't start themselves, you know. But no one ever came. So I rummaged through the makeshift tent and found some cooking utensils and a pot.
He continued.
Ate my stew, put out the fire, and continued on my way. I left the camp in case its owner ever returned. I ain't no thief. So I'm wandering through the woods and wish I would find some sort of road. Nothing big, just something to let me know other people exist. Almost as quick as I could think it, I came upon a dirt road.
Micah was silent, not sure whether to believe the man. If what he said was true, getting home would be easy. All he would need to do is imagine the path. Hawk's tone was excited as he continued.
It was dawning on me that perhaps I was making things happen. So this time, I wished to find a person who could answer my questions. I looked around the trees and in the woods, but nothing happened. No people, no cities, nothing. I must have spent days doing this, hoping it would work. At night I would get tired, and a camp would appear. The next day, I would start again. Never found another soul in my search. Eventually I gave up. Tried a few times to visualize my boat and lake back home. I ended up at lots of lakes with boats, but none of them were mine. Finally I gave in. Thought me up a nice place and settled there. I have Nosh for company, and I didn't like people much anyway, so it was okay. Stayed about 6 months, give or take, with nothing happening to write home about. I was content. Then one day I heard something crashing around in the woods. Whatever it was had Nosh in a panic. I had never seen him so agitated. He bounded off quick as a bunny. Just as soon as he was gone, a young man with golden hair showed up in my camp, sticks and brush all mixed up in his hair. He asks me if I saw it, and I didn't know what the man was talking about. Said he was looking for a chilki. I told him I didn't know what that was, and he got angry. He kept spouting different names, a puka, a stikani, other words I knew nothing about. I finally got him to slow down and speak to me. To make a long story short, I think he was hunting Nosh. He seemed to think Nosh was some kind of evil witch. The man was crazy, if you ask me.
Hawk cackled and smirked at the memory.
Seemed poor form to give up my only friend in this land, so I told him I'd seen him run off the other way. Not sure if he believed me or not. I didn't see Nosh for 3 days after that. I worried he had gotten himself captured, but he turned up, right as rain.
Micah jumped up in excitement. If Nosh can create the portals, maybe he can send me home. Hawk's face fell.
Weren't you listening? It's not as easy as that, kid. You look tired. Why don't you get a couple hours of shut-eye, and then we'll see about getting you home.
Opening his mouth to protest, Micah took a few steps forward. He needed to go home now before it was too late. But each footfall was heavier than the last, and weariness like none he had ever felt overtook him. A melody whispered in his head, as if the forest itself was singing him to sleep, until his exhaustion was too much to resist. Chapter 4. A Game of Fidril. Micah's head swam with visions of moon fairies whirling over the water as their tinkling laughter echoed through the shadowy woods. He felt no fear, for the trees protected him. He danced with small woodland creatures that had faces like his own. They skipped from stone to stone in a rushing stream until his companions stopped to observe as a line of tall beings moved deeper into the forest. These beings looked almost human, dressed in rich finery, but there was something magical in the way they moved so silently, like specters of a long time ago. A tall woman turned back to look at him, and Micah could swear it was Muirin. But when he opened his mouth to call her name, nothing came out. "Danger," the woman whispered before falling back into line. The wind picked up and the leaves swirled in great gusts, and Micah's woodland friends disappeared into the trees. The sun rose, shining brightly despite the forest canopy, until Micah had to close his eyes. He was falling like the leaves.
"Morning, sunshine,"
came a cackle. The man's shadow blocked the sun, and Micah sat up with a start, drinking in his surroundings. Hawk was standing over him with a backpack slung over his shoulders.
"Up and at 'em! Let's find you a way home."
Ugh, Micah groaned. His limbs were heavy as he pushed himself into a sitting position. A fog still hung in his thoughts. He could not remember falling asleep, only Hawk telling stories and suggesting sleep before they headed home. Something didn't add up. Hawk nudged his pack towards him. Micah grabbed a water bottle from it and sucked the cool liquid down before spitting it on the ground. What if the old man had poisoned him? He wrapped his arms around his knees and inhaled. If only he could find Muirin. He had only known her a moment, but she seemed safe. Trembling, he glanced at Hawk. Should he run? Would he be safer alone? The thought of finding his way by himself terrified him. "Hey, Hawk, have you ever met a girl with long black hair on your travels?" Micah asked. "Or a miniature wolf with eyes like Nosh?" Hawk studied him and then looked away, not meeting Micah's gaze.
"Can't say that I have, but I haven't met many beings around these parts, and definitely not a girl like the one you described. Nope, I just keep to myself."
"I met one right before I came here," Micah continued. "She's a friend and she lives around here. I think I'm just going to find her."
"Could be. Mayhaps it was her magic that brought you here,"
Hawk replied, still not looking at him.
"Let me help you find her."
"Maybe," Micah hesitated. He didn't want to say anything that would get Muirin into trouble. "She's the first friend I made since moving to Maine. I'm pretty sure she can get me home."
"Come on, son."
Hawk reached his leathery hand out and pulled Micah up.
"Let's find your girl."
Micah felt his face heat. "She's not my girl, she's just a friend," he protested. Hawk gave him a wink and shrugged. He started walking with Nosh by his side. Micah threw the backpack on and jogged to catch up. "Hawk, why are you helping me?" The old man paused and studied Micah. A shadow passed over his eyes, but it was gone so quickly it could have been a play of the light.
"Perhaps I just see a bit of myself in you."
Hawk shook his head and tucked the feather behind his ear. Micah decided against digging deeper and fell into pace behind Hawk. There was no proof he had done anything to the food, and the man was helping him get home. They walked in silence, picking their way through the woods. Eventually the trees thinned and they found a narrow dirt road. Micah scanned up and down the path, but saw nothing in either direction. "Which way do we go?" Micah asked.
"Directions don't seem to work the same here,"
Hawk said.
"We'll get where we need to go if it will be so."
Micah sighed in frustration. How was he supposed to will it so? He scrunched his eyes closed and tried to think about home and Muirin. He even clicked his sneakers together 3 times, hoping some obvious path would appear. When he opened his eyes, the same dirt road lay before him, stretching for eternity. "This is not working," he moaned. Hawk did not reply. Nothing had changed after another hour of walking in silence, but Micah found comfort in the quiet, like when he and his dad would hike, just the 2 of them. It was never awkward. His friends at school always thought he was angry when he didn't speak, but that wasn't the case at all. Hawk understood. The smell of the ocean lingered in the air, and the breeze whispered through the pines and hemlocks in the surrounding forest, just like at home. His mom and dad must be so worried. They would probably lock him up and throw away the key when he got back, and Micah was too upset to be angry. Turning his face away, he squeezed his eyes shut and attempted to push back the tears that were begging to fall.
"Micah, look!"
Hawk pointed at a cloud of dust on the horizon. They watched a wagon emerge, pulled by a donkey. "Finally," Micah breathed. "Maybe this guy can give us directions." Hawk's brow creased. He glanced back toward the forest and grimaced. "Are you okay?" Micah asked.
"I'll be fine,"
Hawk replied.
"Just don't do so well around others."
"You seem fine when you're around me."
"Bah, you're just a kid."
Micah frowned, offended, but noticed that Hawk's face had gone from its normal ruddy complexion to a pale white. He kept swallowing, and his eye fluttered with an odd tick. Nosh curled his body around the man's thin legs, weaving between them. They watched together as the wagon rumbled closer, and Hawk's face grew even paler.
"You talk to the guy. I'm just going to be over there."
He pointed to the tree line that followed the dirt road and took off running, with Nosh trailing after him. "Hawk!" Micah called after him. He turned to follow, but the person driving the wagon was clearly visible now. His body was thick with muscles, and his skin was an odd shade of gray. A burlap cloak with a hood hid most of his face, but this guy was clearly not human. The cart slowed as it approached, and Micah put on a brave face as he trotted to greet its driver.
"Hello,"
the man called out in a deep voice. He gave a wave.
"Don't see many folks like you on these roads. How did you get out here?"
Micah paused. He was clearly in another realm or parallel universe, but how does one explain that? I got here by accident, from Maine."
"Are you asking me a question?"
When the man chuckled, his laugh sounded like a beehive. "No," Micah frowned. "I'm looking for the way home. Can you point me in the right direction?" The man looked thoughtful as he pushed back the hood of his cloak, revealing 2 horns that curled intricately around his cheeks.
"Illabridge may be a good place to start. It's a ways back. Just head north,"
he said, pointing in the direction he had come.
"I'd offer you a ride, but I'm headed into the Summerlands."
"Do you know where I come from?" Micah asked.
"I'm just a simple farmer."
The man was curt as he yanked the cloak back over his head. He shook the reins, and the donkey resumed its slow walk. "Wait!" Micah called, matching pace with the wagon. "You wouldn't know a girl named Muirin, would you?"
"I can tell you are from far away."
The man's voice was grave when he spoke again.
"These lands can be dangerous. Stay on the road and go straight to Illabridge. Lots of folks live there. You may find someone more helpful than myself."
He gazed southward.
"I need to be going if I'm to make my destination by nightfall. Be well."
"Thanks," Micah called as the wagon continued without him. "For nothing," he added quietly. Illabridge? Strange farmers that looked like the cows they raised? It was as though he had found his way into one of his dad's tales about people wandering into mushroom circles, and when they returned, the world had moved on without them. Micah stood on the road and watched the cart meander south. When he could no longer see it in the distance, he searched for the tree line in the direction Hawk had fled. His friend was nowhere to be seen, and the road ahead was as empty as it had been before.
"Hawk!"
he called, and listened as his own voice echoed back. The thick growth of trees seemed to watch him, waiting. Hawk and Nosh were gone, and he didn't have the survival skills to enter that forest by himself and search for them. Micah was on his own again. He scanned the sky for the sun, trying to find north and, hopefully, Illibridge. At least now he had a destination. The road was different as he trod northward. A stone wall ran along one side of the dirt path. Behind it, a vast meadow teemed with buttercups and red clover. Micah couldn't recall if it had been there before, but he no longer cared. His head was foggy and thick again, and he was having trouble focusing. His stomach growled, reminding him he hadn't eaten since the stew that Hawk had shared. As he rummaged through his pack, a lilting tune echoed in the distance. Choosing to ignore his hunger, Micah closed the pack, slung it over a shoulder, and followed the ethereal music, entranced by its haunting melody. Up the road, a tiny man sat on the edge of the partition, playing a penny whistle. The notes seemed to spin and leap through the air like tiny dancers. Had Micah always been able to see music? He slowed, careful not to disturb the tune, and watched the little man until his song abruptly stopped. The man tucked the instrument into a pocket, scooped up a small jar sitting behind him, and took a long guzzle from it. The man's complexion was ruddy, and he wore a bright red coat with matching shoes. Micah chewed on his lip and held in a laugh when the old man stood too quickly, dropping the jar. Before it crashed to the ground, he fell forward into a grand somersault, somehow catching his drink with a flourish.
"Sláinte!"
he shouted. Micah whooped and cheered at the spectacle, relieved that he was no longer alone. This had to be one of the fairies from his dad's tales. "Hello there," Micah said to the man. "Are you a leprechaun?" The man scoffed, put a hand on his hip, and before Micah had time to react, kicked him in the shin. "Ouch!" Micah yelled. "Sorry. Geez, I didn't mean to offend you." The man turned his face up to Micah and laughed.
"No offense taken, good sir."
"Then why did you kick me?" The man stamped his foot with authority.
"I did nothing of the sort. 'Twas a greeting. Me name's Cornelius Patrick Finn O'Connor, but you can call me Connie."
He gave an elegant bow and pulled a granola bar out of his red pocket. The man struggled with the wrapper and, finally, upon opening it, took a large bite. "Hey!" Micah shouted. "Is that mine?" He shuffled through his pack. When he looked up, the little man had disappeared in a puff of smoke. A long sigh escaped his lips as he leaned against the wall, mourning the missing snack and the chance for camaraderie. At least there was still a road to follow. Micah searched to the north and could now discern the outline of buildings in the distance. His heart lifted as he spotted the small village. Surely someone there could help him find his way to Illibridge. His stomach gurgled again, and Micah sighed, hanging his head.
"Why so glum?"
A voice sounded by his right ear. Connie trotted gracefully beside him on the wall, smacking his lips as he crunched on the snack. "Could be because you stole my lunch," Micah snapped.
"I did nothing of the sort."
"Did too. I looked and my granola bar was gone." Micah put his hands on his hips and scowled.
"Let me see."
Connie peeked into the backpack. Micah tried to turn away, but the man was quick. Connie pulled out a silver-wrapped bar and handed it to Micah.
"Is this the one I took?"
Micah peered into his bag and frowned, but accepted the snack. "It wasn't there before." Connie shrugged and continued eating.
"What are you called?"
Micah, still rummaging through his pack, ignored the question.
"Where are you headed?"
The little man danced from foot to foot as he spoke. "I'm trying to find my way home. I came here by accident."
"No such thing as being here by accident."
Connie's eyes sparkled.
"Something pulled you here."
Micah eyed him warily. "Do you know the way?"
"I know many ways."
"Home, I mean."
Of course I know me way home. Do you think me an idiot?
No, my home.
Why would I know the way to your home?
This is stupid, Micah growled. He turned and continued down the road.
You will get nowhere with that attitude,
the little man snickered. Who did this guy think he was? Clearly he had nothing better to do than bug some lost boy. They walked in silence, the sun beating down on them. But the village never seemed to get any closer. Why are you following me?
Why not?
The man sniffed.
Do you like games, Micah?
Micah frowned. How do you know my name? I never told it to you. Connie raised a hairy eyebrow and pulled out a large stone square from his coat. Micah cocked his head. How had it fit in the coat? Connie held several small pieces of wood in his other hand, half gold and half white. I guess, but I don't know how to play that one, Micah replied.
It's called Fithkel. I'll teach you. I'll even give you a few practice rounds. Then, if you win, I'll take you home.
Connie winked. I thought you said you didn't know where my home was. A loud caw sounded from a nearby tree.
Go away, you old witch. I've got this handled.
Connie shouted at a large black bird perched on a high branch. He turned to Micah.
I said no such thing. I asked why I would know the way to your home. The truth of it is, I know.
Micah sighed in frustration. What happens if I lose? The raven landed on the stone wall and cawed again, staring intently at Micah and Connie.
Ooh-wee, the boy is thinking,
Connie said to the bird, then turned back to Micah.
If you lose, you have to do me a teeny tiny favor, and I will still take you home.
Micah's face brightened. This would be so much easier than trying to find someone in Illibridge, or whatever the town was called. Win or lose, he would still get home. Can I learn the game first, then decide?
Of course, lad.
The game was simple enough. It reminded Micah of some old-fashioned version of chess, but you had to choose your side. He beat Connie easily 3 times in a row, twice as the attacker and once as defender. After each game, Connie sucked down another swig from his bottle. By the end of the 4th game, the little man was so inebriated there was no way Micah could lose. I'll do it, Micah giggled, feeling far superior to this drunken man. Connie reset the board and sat back to play.
Attacker or defender?
Attacker, Micah answered quickly. He got twice as many pieces this way. He set his wooden markers up around the outside of the board, while Connie set his king and defenders in the center.
Say it.
Connie danced from foot to foot. Say what?
Say, if I lose this game, I will owe Cornelius a favor.
Fine, Micah sighed. If I lose, I will owe this man a favor. But if I win, he will take me home. Cornelius twirled on his foot, laughing merrily, and sang,
And if I lose, I will take the boy home.
Micah rolled his eyes. Can we just play now? Connie leaned forward, staring intently at the pieces. Micah lost in 2 turns. You cheated, he shouted in frustration.
Not at all,
Connie said, his voice deadly quiet. Micah balled his fists and counted to 3 in his head, calming himself. Well, you tricked me then, he said.
Consider it a lesson,
Connie laughed.
A free one at that.
I wouldn't call it free, Micah spat. Now I owe you a favor. What do I need to do? The farmer had warned him about dangers, but Micah hadn't strayed that far from the path. He was getting nervous about what this favor might be. His jovial demeanor gone, the little man hopped onto the wall so he could look Micah in the eye. He stretched out a hand, and a gleaming spear appeared. The weapon was made from dark bronze, tapering gracefully into a fine, fearfully sharp point.
It is a simple task, I spoke true. All I ask is that you deliver this to that city.
Connie pointed to the outline of buildings on the horizon, and to Micah's surprise, a sprawling golden city stood in its place, with a glass tower at the center. Micah shook his head, confused. That was not there before.
By now you should understand this place isn't always what it seems, Connie said.
The raven landed on his shoulder and cawed loudly as if in agreement.
Perhaps you're too dense for my task, but my word is true. If you achieve this delivery, I'll take you home.
Micah sighed. It's probably not as easy as it sounds, is it? Connie smiled wordlessly and shrugged. Where do I bring it when I get to the city? And where will I find you when I'm done? The man twirled the spear in his hands like a baton, and it changed mid-air to a gnarled walking stick.
When you get past the city walls, look for a woman selling baskets. Tell her you seek the enlightenment of the weary. She will deny you thrice. After the third denial, give her the spear and state you will take your leave.
You speak in riddles, Micah groaned. This seemed overly complicated. The air around Connie shimmered, and Micah could swear he saw the face of a young man before it snapped back to that of the rosy-cheeked imp.
Be wary, and do not bring attention to the spear.
Connie wrapped the handle in a thin piece of cloth and thrust the walking stick into Micah's hand.
Tell no one of our task, or the true nature of this stick. If you do, we render our bargain null. Give it only to the basket woman or myself.
He released the wooden shaft, then turned and began walking in the opposite direction. Wait! Micah shouted. You're not coming with me? Why can't you take it yourself? You can't just leave. Micah trotted to catch up with Cornelius. I need to know what I'm getting into.
A deal is a deal, boy,
the little man answered.
But I will give you one piece of advice.
Cornelius stopped and turned back to Micah with a wink.
Nothing is as it seems here.
As he turned around, he expanded and grew until he was no longer a petite man, but a muscled warrior with golden blonde hair. Micah stopped dead in his tracks, blinking. What had just happened? Who was this man, and what had Micah gotten himself into? In the distance, a raven lifted from a nearby tree and flew toward the city of glass. Chapter 5. The Glass Tower. The air shimmered, and the golden man was gone, if he was ever even there to begin with. Micah forged ahead toward the city. He could be so close to getting home, but his feet dragged, leaving shallow ruts in the dirt path. It was as if some force was keeping him from proceeding. He tightly clasped the walking stick that had once been a spear, and when his hand slipped below the cloth, Micah felt a surge of power that gave strength to his steps, like the staff made him invincible. He waved it in the air, imagining the trees tumbling down around him, then quickly drew it in, covering the smooth wood with cloth once again. Had anyone been watching? Searching the forest, Micah tried to glimpse Hawk, but all he saw were the trees, watching him silently. He hoped his odd friend was okay, and felt guilty leaving him. At least the man had nosh, and seemed used to being by himself. The forest was flush with life. Large vines curled around lush trees, whose branches dripped with thick moss. A caw echoed overhead, and Micah turned his face upward to find a raven resting on a nearby branch. Was it the same one that had been watching Cornelius and him? As darkness crept in, he was truly alone. Strange lights blinked through the shadows, and Micah felt as though millions of little eyes were watching him. He gripped his walking stick more tightly. He needed to find a place off the road to shelter for the night. Looking at his feet, he inhaled deeply and yawned. If only he could find some cave or crag to hide in and get some rest. When Micah raised his head, a firefly hovered before him. He watched as it blinked its tiny eyes. Just a few feet further on, another firefly blinked, Their light was unusually bright. A trail of fireflies led about 30 yards until the path ended at a large boulder 3 times his height. A flat, slate-like rock angled against it. There was just enough room underneath for Micah to crawl in and to rest comfortably. Had he imagined that into existence? Under the rocky roof, someone had spread out moss and piles of nuts and berries laid on a large leaf. Micah eyed it hungrily and reached for the food, but stopped short as a memory tugged at his mind. He must have been 5 or 6 years old, walking through the forest with his parents, and they came across a circle of mushrooms.
Look, Daddy!
He remembered how perfect the shape had been and how strong the urge to dance about in it had taken him. His father had been uncharacteristically sharp, clasping his wrist and yanking him back. Micah remembered the harsh words. He had not understood his dad's anger.
Never go near those.
Those mushrooms are poisonous and will kill you. The younger version of himself had been curious.
I won't eat them, Daddy, I promise.
Then his father's face had softened.
Not all poison is the kind you eat, Micah. You may enter the circle and find yourself somewhere far away.
Richard, you're scaring him,
his mother had interjected, and Micah's dad clamped his mouth shut. Later that night, during his bedtime story, his dad revisited the warnings to stay away.
If you ever find yourself trapped, do not ask for help, for you will be forever in debt to whatever rescues you. And do not eat anything.
If this place was anything like the mushroom circle his dad had warned about, he had already broken every rule. How had he been so stupid? He should never have played that game with Cornelius. Now all he could do was hope that Cornelius was a benevolent creature. Micah wouldn't let his fear, or hunger, get the best of him again. He pushed the food aside and curled into a ball to rest as the gentle sound of the night filled the air. Sleep was elusive. Scampering feet surrounded him, and the dark forest was filled with glowing eyes.
Micah,
the creatures whispered.
Come home.
I'm trying, he thought, pulling the spear close and hugging it like some childhood lovey. There was no way to tell from where he lay if those pricks of light were stars or beasts, and Micah was too afraid to find out. He drifted into a fitful sleep, filled with strange dreams. In one, Hawk had returned, sitting beside him as he slept. When Micah woke, the sun was low in the sky and the morning birds chattered happily. He rolled over, half expecting Hawk to be there. "Hawk?" Micah called out tentatively, but the only reply was the coo of a mourning dove. Micah stretched his limbs and pushed a dark flop of hair from his face, then pulled himself out of the makeshift shelter. There was still no sign of the old man. Worse yet, there was no sign of the spear. Micah fought a rising panic as he scanned the area. Where was the spear? Holding his breath, he searched frantically until he saw it leaning against a nearby tree. Next to the spear, tucked into a cleft in the tree, was an empty can of Dinty Moor. He ran to retrieve the walking stick, the dry earth crunching below his feet. Micah's scalp prickled as he closed his fist around the gnarled wood. Had Hawk been here last night? The massive city sprawled out before him. As Micah approached its quartz gatehouse, tiny conical buildings spread out in front of him like nothing he had ever seen before. Colorful glass decorated them, and flags of pastel lace and chiffon fluttered in the breeze. In the center loomed a giant tower made completely of glass. The sunlight sparkled on the colossal building, throwing rainbows in all directions. Micah leaned against his gnarled walking stick, breathing in the courage it would take to get past the guards who stood in the gatehouse. They know nothing. You are just a kid to these people, he told himself as he forced his feet to move again, one step at a time. A burly-looking human man strode in front of him.
"What's your business?"
"What's my business?" Micah repeated. He didn't know he needed to have business to enter a city. Micah's pulse drummed a steady beat in his head as he sucked in a breath of air. Could the guard sense his fear?
"Boy, what's your business in the city?"
The man repeated, slower this time, then turned around and shouted to his partner.
"I think this little guy's daft."
Micah shook his head, composing himself. "Sorry, I've never been to the city on my own. I need to purchase a basket from my mother," he lied.
"No, that wasn't so hard, was it?"
The guard stepped aside, waving him in.
"Have a nice day."
"Wait," Micah said. "Do you know where I can find the basket weaver?" The guard scowled.
"Do I look like someone who shops for baskets?"
He gave the boy a shove and laughed.
"Scoot."
Micah stumbled, then turned and ran, the guard's laughter fading as he entered the city. "I can do this," he thought. "Just find the basket woman, give her Connie's spear, and then he will take me home." But where was this basket woman? Connie had not given him much to go on. Micah looked around. The city was bustling with life, filled with human-looking folk and strange creatures alike, all going about their business as if today were a perfectly normal day. He stood outside the gates, willing his jaw not to drop. Stop gawking and blend in. The streets were dusty around him, and the crowds were loud and unforgiving as he proceeded down the road. He tried to keep his attention forward, but when a tall, furry, otter-like man walked past him, Micah couldn't help but let his gaze follow. The creature curled its lips in what one could only hope was a smile, revealing razor-like teeth. Micah shuddered, avoiding its hollow eyes. Ahead, the narrow street opened to a bustling square, where bright awnings decorated the shops that were strewn about. This had to be a marketplace. He would surely find the women selling baskets here. Micah approached the first shop, and a pungent but pleasant odor blasted his senses. The loud rumble in his stomach reminded him how hungry he was. Would it be safe to eat food if he purchased it? The question didn't matter. He had no money anyway. "Mosas!" the human-looking man from the shop hollered before meeting Micah's eye. "You want?" he asked in a thick accent. He tugged at his curly black mustache and gave Micah a toothy grin. "Best in the land." "I'm sorry, I have no money. I'm looking for a woman who sells baskets. Do you know her?" The man inspected him, eyeing the gnarled wooden walking stick. He reached out, trailing a finger on the dark wood of the staff. Micah watched as the man's eyes widened. "I'd trade for that," the vendor said, pointing at Micah's walking stick. He looked at his staff, wondering if the man knew its true nature, and hugged it closer. "No, this is mine. It's not for sale." "It's just a stick, boy. My mosas are the best. Good trade, good trade." The man with the mustache moved toward him, reaching a hand for the stick, and Micah edged back, crashing into another shop filled with clay vases. One of them tumbled from its place on the shelf and shattered into pieces. "Sorry," he muttered to the woman tending the shop. "You are going to pay for that, kid," she hollered at him, waving a broom in his face and pushing him back toward the man selling mosas, who was now grasping for the spear. "It's not for sale," Micah cried. He tugged the walking stick away from the man, almost breaking another vase. His head darted back and forth as he tried to find a place to run. He was about to duck away when a cool hand grabbed him and tugged. "This way," a soft voice whispered into his ear. Micah glanced back at the two shopkeepers and decided to follow this new person. His savior's face was buried beneath a dark, hooded cape. She whisked him into a sea of people flooding the market, and they weaved in and out of the crowds until they reached an alley. The mysterious savior pushed her hood back, revealing dark, flowing hair and eyes like the sea. "Muirin!" Micah gasped. "What are you doing here?" He squeezed his eyes, pushing back the tears of relief that had threatened to burst out. "No time, Micah.
I need to get you to the castle.
What? Why? I'm trying to get home. I just need to do something first. Her eyes flashed a bright purple, and she shook her head.
You're in grave danger, Micah. Please come with me. Then I can explain everything, I promise.
Muirin, I made a deal with a friend. It seemed important. I can't back out of that. It wouldn't be right. She scanned the crowd and pursed her lips.
There's no time.
A musical voice rose above the clamor of the crowd, and Micah glanced up to lock eyes with an old woman selling baskets. He clutched the spear, his finger briefly grazing the wood, and the air shimmered as the basket lady shifted into a tall woman with dark braids, adorned with colorful glass beads, then quickly shifted back to the old woman. He turned to Muirin. That's her! Just give me 1 second.
No, Micah. You don't understand. We must get to the castle. The basket lady aims to kill you and take the spear.
The basket woman studied the crowd, homing in on their tiny alley. She smiled wide, her mouth missing multiple teeth, and beckoned to Micah. Muirin stood, eyes pleading.
Micah, please, you are just a pawn in their game.
But, Muirin, why would she want to kill me? She's just an old lady. He didn't know what to do. The one instruction Connie had given him was to find the basket lady. Here she was. He turned to Muirin. Her eyes were so beautiful, and a single tear trailed down her face. Okay, Muirin, I'll go with you. He could always come back here if Muirin's suspicions turned out to be wrong. Muirin's face brightened.
Oh, Micah, I'm so glad. I just want you to be safe.
She placed a soft kiss on his forehead. Her lips were freezing cold.
I hope you hid the spear in a safe place. We can get back to the castle, and then I'll send someone to fetch it.
You don't need to do that, Micah began, then snapped his mouth shut. Something felt wrong. The glass castle was larger than he expected. A crystal bridge led them to an immense portcullis made from colored glass, twisted into hundreds of intricate patterns. The whole thing looked like it could shatter into 1,000,000 pieces with the tiniest bit of pressure. Muirin led him into a magnificent hall with 2 stairwells that twisted around each other, leading up to the sky. There was no need for windows in this place, because you could clearly see into the entire city from whatever vantage point. He followed his friend up the stairway as it spiraled higher and higher. Finally, they reached a doorway at the top.
Follow me,
she said, her voice no louder than a whisper. She whisked into the room, pulling him along with her. It was sparsely furnished with crystal chairs and small glass tables. Micah took it all in, and his jaw dropped. This place was incredible. Is this the top? A breath caught in his throat as he walked toward a wall. The clear glass from the bottom floor was a mirror. His own reflection stared back at him now, tall and thin, his hazel eyes swimming with specks of green and yellow, and his dark hair even messier than normal. He stared into the reflection as a tall woman with raven-black hair speckled with silver approached him. Where had Muirin gone? The woman in the reflection waved a hand and the mirror turned transparent again, a clear window into the vast city below. Where did Muirin go? He asked the woman, but it was Muirin who stood before him. He blinked twice, confused.
The mirror.
Muirin paused.
It shows your true self.
She waved her hand, and the glass shifted yet again. This time, it gave Micah a view of his home. He could see his dad, mom, and little sister on the beach, playing in the sand, and felt his chest tighten. Dad! Mom! He shouted. His mother tilted her head, glancing toward the sky, and then turned back to little Bethany. Did she even care that he was missing?
I can take you home with the wave of my hand,
the woman breathed. Who are you? Micah turned to face her. The woman laughed. It was an icy thing echoing off the walls of the glass tower, and Micah knew in an instant that this was not his friend.
Girls are flighty things, child. Muirin has spared you no thoughts.
Her footsteps reverberated against the walls as she approached him.
Where is the spear?
A menacing aura paralyzed him, holding him in place.
I'm not supposed to give it to anyone but the basket lady, he whimpered. Don't you want to go home, child?
She hissed. He hugged the walking staff to his body. The woman's eyes widened as they came to rest on the staff, and a terrifying shriek escaped her lips.
Oh, that brilliant, foolish man! It's been here all along. Give it to me now.
She lunged at him, her hand outstretched.
Give me the spear, and I will send you anywhere you want to go.
He took a step back, pulling the spear closer, and looked for an escape. He felt like the lone king in a game of fiddle, and wished he had played defense a few more times against Cornelius.
Spear,
the woman rasped. Micah shook his head, tightening his grip. She stalked forward, focusing on him like a wild beast stalking its prey. She muttered a few arcane words, and the scene shifted yet again.
Gluishun kartan kuyas.
Sprawled in front of him was a massive stone labyrinth, stretching for as far as his eyes could see. A golden glow radiated in the center, and he could make out a body, suspended, though he could not see what was holding it in place. Micah's blood turned cold.
Where is this?
He whispered. A low growl sounded from her throat, transforming into thunderous laughter.
It's you. The maze is your mind, and the center is your soul.
She taunted and pushed forward. He stepped back, but froze. He could feel the mirror pulling at him.
I could trap you here forever.
A dark mist coalesced around her as her eyes pierced into him.
Do you like games, Micah?
He shifted, nearly falling into the scene below. Silent tears streamed down his face. Micah sniffled and looked at the labyrinth again. Dark tunnels seemed to form and disappear, tangling in and out of themselves. The person at the center remained in its place, unchanging, and a face seemed to turn toward him.
I just want to go home,
he sniffled.
Good. Give me the spear.
For a second, he was home, lying on the beach, letting the summer waves caress his body. A moment of clarity washed over him. All he had to do was give this woman the spear, and he could be there with his dad and mom and Bethany. He could forget about this place. Then, Muirin's tear-stained cheeks invaded his thoughts. She was alone right now, like him. You can't take it, can you? I have to offer it. The woman grew larger. Flames of black fire enveloped her body until all that was left were her fiery red eyes.
Give me the spear!
An awful voice boomed.
This is your last chance, Micah. You do not know how fragile reality can be.
The flames continued to grow, and he could feel the heat of her anger on his face.
I can make it so you don't have a home to return to.
Micah straightened his body and took a deep breath. He hugged the spear defiantly to his chest. The creature threw its head back and howled. A loud crack tore through the air and spread across the great tower, fracturing millions of tiny paths into the glass. He felt himself split. One version of himself was falling into nothingness, the world black and empty. At the same time, he was home, wrapped in his parents' warm arms. But there was something missing. A hollowness consumed him to the core. The split pulled his body apart, sending sharp pain searing through each tiny molecule.
Run!
A tinkling voice spoke in his mind. He searched the room for a way out, but he could not see the door they had entered through.
Run!
The voice was more insistent. Micah searched frantically for the direction of the voice. A bright ray of light blinded him for a moment, and Micah turned to see where it was coming from. A small window frame hung in the distance, still intact as the world shattered around it. The creature was reaching toward the spear now. The flames surrounded the spear, and he could feel it burning in his hand. Micah jerked his hand back in pain and watched helplessly as the spear slipped out of his fingers and fell into the mirror. It was gone. The woman howled in rage and lunged after it, only to crash against an invisible barrier. Micah's feet felt like lead, but he pulled them from the floor, one in front of the other, toward safety. The sun was shining on the other side of the window, where a giant oak tree sat in front of a tiny cottage. He recognized nothing about the place, but as the floor beneath his feet gave way, he lunged for the window, just barely catching the bottom of the sill.
Now!
The voice shouted in his mind. Mustering all his strength, Micah pulled himself through, collapsing into the scene and landing in front of the old oak.
Welcome.
This time, the voice was no longer in his head. A petite woman with fiery red hair and pointed ears stood before him. Micah slumped against the tree, sliding his body down and pulling his knees to his chest. Chapter 6. The Wilds.
I'm never getting home, am I?
Micah blew out a large puff of air, ruffling the flop of dark hair that kept falling into his left eye. His rescuer sat across from him with a crooked smile. A handful of freckles scattered across her nose, and her wild hair was tangled with sticks and grass. Worst of all, she was clearly laughing at him.
Is something funny?
He asked, glaring at the slight girl.
I've had the most horrible day in my life, and you think it's a joke? Oh no, of course not.
The girl sputtered and turned to the cottage behind her.
Doria, get out here.
The cottage was quaint, with a walkway sheltered by a vine-covered pergola. Behind the dwelling was a large oak tree where a wooden swing hung from a branch. The girl studied him for a while, then tucked a curl behind her pointed ear.
Did you hear about the Italian chef?
Excuse me? Micah replied.
He passed away.
Her shoulders shook, and Micah was afraid she was having a seizure. Suddenly, she doubled over, letting out a loud snort.
I heard that one when I was in your world. I sure loved it there.
You're strange, Micah giggled, then covered his mouth. This was the first time he had actually felt relaxed since arriving in this strange place. You've been to my world?
I have.
The girl smiled and her face lit up.
Earth, also known as Terra or Cosmos, Orbis in Latin.
She turned around and shouted,
Doria, get out here! He's actually a real-life human!
I was just in Illibridge, and there were lots of humans there. It doesn't seem like it's that strange to meet one. The girl leaned in and sniffed him.
Not from your world, though.
Micah took a small step backward, searching the horizon for the glass city and wondering if he could sneak away without being noticed. The spear! In his stupidity, he had thrown the spear into that strange mirror. How was he ever going to get it back? I need to go back, he sputtered, his eyes wide as he turned to the girl. Can you put me back? The spear was my way home. I need to find it. He clamped a hand over his mouth. Who was this girl? He didn't know her and really needed to learn to shut up. Micah didn't have the spear anymore, but perhaps he could find Connie or even Hawk. Maybe Connie would take pity and still send him home. He froze. The answer was right in front of his face. This girl said she had been to his world. Maybe she could take him home. She seemed friendly enough. Before he could turn around, a second being exited the little cottage. This woman, if you could call her that, was much taller, almost twice the girl's height. Her wrinkled skin was an odd shade of bluish gray, and tusks like a boar's jutted from her face. He wondered if she could be related to the farmer he had met the day before. Unlike the farmer, the old woman wore an elegant gown made of vibrant plum velvet. Her shoes clicked on the cobblestone as she swayed in his direction and smoothed her dress. One of the tall heels caught in a crack, and she stumbled, barely catching herself. She tossed her hair over her shoulder and attempted a regal recovery. Micah giggled, and she threw him an icy glare, then ignored him completely.
What have you done?
The tall woman smacked the laughing girl on the back of the head.
Casey, what were you thinking, bringing him here?
Micah took another step back. This woman was like an extreme version of the cranky librarian from his old school. She just needed some horn-rimmed glasses and for her silver hair to be pulled into a tight bun. This place kept getting stranger, and Micah felt like he was spiraling out of control. Maybe he could outrun them and get as far away from people as possible, find a quiet corner, and live life alone. Hawk's isolation was making sense now.
Is this your grandmother?
Micah whispered to his rescuer. She fell to the ground, squealing with laughter. After the fit subsided, the girl pushed herself up on an elbow, scooting toward Micah and whispering.
I'm older than she is.
Then a little louder.
Hello, my name is Casey, and this is my grumpy friend, Doria.
The woman frowned.
I heard you, and please do not use that name amongst strangers.
She sniffed and met Micah's stare.
You may call me Your Greatness, Baroness of Marshfield Estates, or just Baroness if you must. Let's get off on the correct foot.
Casey pushed herself up to a sitting position.
It's been forever since Marshfield has existed. Can you even still call yourself a baroness?
The Baroness just rolled her eyes and continued.
Now, Micah is it? Casey's little scrying pool is bad enough, but when she pulled you out of the tower, that was a big mistake. And she is going to put you back right now. We have learned over and over that it is not a good idea to play with time and space. And it is certainly not a good idea to interfere in the petty squabbles of gods.
Time and space? Micah considered it as she droned on. Is that how she rescued me? How would that even work? He certainly didn't want to get messed up with beings that considered themselves gods either. He watched the old Baroness straighten her spine and point her nose to the sky. Behind her, Casey rose to her feet, stuck her chest out, and followed close behind, looking like a strutting rooster. He suppressed his laughter, but the grin spreading across his face betrayed him. The Baroness sighed.
Young man, have you always been an obtuse oafish bore?
Hey, he's just a kid, remember?
Casey stopped her mocking and stepped in front of Micah, gazing up at the Baroness. Something about the girl's demeanor had changed, and Micah swore he saw wisps of smoke coming from her auburn hair. The Baroness relaxed her shoulders and her face softened.
You are right, of course.
Casey turned to face Micah.
We will help you on your mission to return home. Right, Baroness?
She snickered and thumped the large woman on the backside.
Yes, fine.
The Baroness breathed, rolling her eyes. Excuse me? Micah asked Casey. I think I'm gonna figure this out on my own. No offense, but all the help I've gotten here has just gotten me into more trouble.
I don't think you understand me,
Casey replied. Her voice was bright and cheery, and a wide smile spread across her face, but her words were spoken through gritted teeth, and her grin seemed more frightening than friendly.
We are going to help you.
Danger, danger.
The Baroness gave Micah a wink, then turned to Casey.
The boy doesn't want your help. Remember what happened when we tried to help the villagers in Stathford?
Micah was positive that there was smoke coming from the girl now, and her eyes flashed a fiery red. He glanced at the Baroness, who shrugged in reply.
I tried.
Nothing is as it seems here. That was an understatement. But when it came down to it, Casey was the first being to truly help him here. Everything else had just been smoke and mirrors, stories, games, and threats. She yanked him from a world shattering around him. Okay, you can help me. He raised his hands in the air. Why did everyone in this place want to help him so much? The girl's posture relaxed, and she beamed from ear to ear.
Oh, goody. I haven't gone on a proper adventure in ages.
Can I ask you something? Micah met eyes with the Baroness. At the moment, she seemed the saner of the two. The large woman nodded her head.
You may speak.
How is it you knew my name?
Why, you introduced yourself, of course.
The old woman scoffed. Micah shook his head. I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Ha!
Casey interjected and stuck her tongue out at the large woman.
You screwed up.
I did nothing of the sort.
The Baroness huffed and pet Micah's head.
You told us your name, dear.
He was positive that he hadn't, but made a quick decision that saying nothing would be the most prudent course of action. Oh, can I ask something else?
Ask away,
Casey said. Is your help going to cost me anything? Because the last guy that was going to help me get home set me on a task that nearly got me killed, and I still owe him.
Exactly. We're going to help you deliver the spear. The Baroness and I are not nearly powerful enough to make magic portals to different realms.
She giggled.
I was lucky to get the window I made to work.
Speak for yourself.
The Baroness flipped her silver hair over her shoulder.
I could do it. I simply don't mess around with tasks that gods set.
She learned that the hard way,
Casey whispered in Micah's ear. How did you know my task? At least he didn't have to explain it to them. The Baroness glared as Casey pulled out Micah's Swiss Army knife.
This belongs to you. There's an emotional tie. It let me scry your movements the moment you stepped into this realm.
Personally, I think spying is just rude.
The Baroness interjected.
But Casey has no manners.
It's not rude if you're helping,
Casey pouted.
Plus, it's not like I watched him go to the bathroom or anything.
Why? Micah cringed. Someone had been watching him the whole time he was here? How do you even know who I am?
Well,
Casey began.
It was for a friend.
That is the lamest excuse ever. But never mind that for now. We have a slight problem, Micah sighed. I think, somehow, I dropped the spear in my head.
Oh, no! Let me look. I'm a healer.
Casey's face was full of concern, and she sniffed at his head, pushing his hair back.
I don't see an entry point.
You idiot!
The Baroness rolled her eyes.
He said in his head, not at it. Who would be stupid enough to drop a spear at their own head?
Oh,
Casey shrugged.
How did you get a spear in your head?
Micah drew in a breath. So there was a tower. It had a room filled with mirrors.
Of course, that's where we found you.
She interrupted.
Let him finish,
the Baroness barked. He was silent for a moment, making sure it was okay to proceed. Anyway, there was this lady there, and she got really mad. And then she showed me this maze, telling me it was all in my mind and that she would trap me.
That's when I heard him,
Casey cheered.
Would you stop interrupting?
The Baroness thumped Casey. It's okay, that's basically it. The staff is still stuck in my head somehow, I assume. Do you know what happens when you assume? Casey giggled, and the Baroness glared her way. What? Micah asked. Casey shrugged. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. What is the spear, and why is it so important? Micah asked. And if that spear is in my mind, how are we going to get it out? It was obvious these women knew more than they let on, but at least they didn't seem to want to trick him. The Baroness placed her fingers to her temples and closed her eyes.
Obviously, the spear is not in your literal mind. It's a metaphor or riddle of sorts.
Casey leaned forward, dancing from foot to foot, waiting for her friend to continue.
I don't believe that vision was actually your mind,
the Baroness went on.
From what I understand of the glass tower, it can only transport her to places she has been, and I'm confident that
Shh, Casey hissed.
Ugh, when will I learn?
The Baroness sighed.
I am confident that woman has never been in your mind.
Plus, the maze you saw? We've been there.
You've been there? Micah asked, his eyes big as saucers. Casey tilted her head.
You should never say a god's name out loud. It attracts their attention. Duria, Baroness, has gotten herself in trouble a time or two with that.
That thing was a god? So, it's kind of like saying Voldemort, Micah said without thinking. Casey froze, a look of wonder on her face. It's okay, Micah replied. He isn't a god, he's a character from a book. The girl moved toward him, still wide-eyed.
Do you know about the hairy boy?
Huh?
When I went to your world, I read all about him in one of your great libraries, but I left before the series was finished.
She turned to the Baroness and danced a circle around her.
He knows the hairy boy. He can tell me the end of the tale.
That's lovely.
The Baroness sniffed at Casey. That was just a story. It was fiction. Micah paced for a while, trying to take it all in. So many people here wanted to help him, each crazier than the last. How would he know who to listen to? He wished his dad were here.
Stories are important, Casey frowned. Even if they're not real on the pages, they're real somewhere. For example,
that makes no sense, Micah interrupted.
It makes perfect sense. Look at your spear. Bet you didn't think to ask what that spear did.
Of course I did, Micah retorted, then sighed. Connie just didn't answer.
Oh, sorry.
Casey put a finger to her chin, and her eyes got a faraway look.
So, this place is not stagnant, just enduring. It changes with the wind. We're all stuff of the stars, you know? Once, this place was full of war and fighting. Connie's father ruled the Summerlands then, and he liked to devour his children. Connie had been spirited away and raised by the ruler of the sea. That spear was crafted by his foster father. No one who wields that spear can be defeated.
How is that even possible? Micah asked.
How is anything possible? She smiled. Anyway, Connie defeated his father with that spear and has been a protector of the South ever since.
Are you from here? He swept his arm. This place, or world, or whatever. How do you know so much? Neither of his new companions answered right away. They looked at each other as if having a silent conversation.
Not as such,
the Baroness finally answered. What does that mean? Micah asked.
Well, you can think of this place like you do a shadow. It's there and you can see it, but most cannot touch it. This world is the space between dreams and waking, the realm between realms. It's a place of magic, imagination, and inspiration. Most only see it from their dreams. They flicker in and out, but the world does not grab hold.
That's not how I got here, though, Micah interrupted, running his fingers through his hair as he thought. He may as well tell them. The time for secrets seemed long past. I was lost in the fog. The Baroness regarded him evenly.
We came here by choice. You came here by mistake. Someone that dreams themselves here will probably not remember it. In the end, it's all the same.
Don't be so cryptic.
Casey piped in and grabbed a few of the pebbles from the ground. She opened her fist, and the small rocks spread across her palm.
Many worlds, lots of space between.
Then she squeezed her hand shut.
Now, not so much space.
Micah thought about the 2 shells Muirin had shown him. I get it, I think. I just didn't realize there were so many. Micah's mind spun. Is anyone in the world from here? What do you call it, anyway?
There are plenty of people from here. We call it the Wilds.
The Baroness answered this time.
But it has as many names as there are philosophies about the place.
Micah shook his head. This was going to take some time to process. He steered his questions back to a more urgent topic. So, if that maze is an actual place you have traveled to, how do we get there?
Well, it just so happens you're in luck.
Casey exclaimed.
We have a boat.
It's a ship,
The Baroness corrected.
Whatever.
Casey turned and skipped to the cottage, giving 3 raps on the door.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
She answered herself.
Owl. Owl who? I'll be seeing you.
She laughed as the door swung open. The Baroness groaned.
Come on, Micah. Let's grab some supplies and figure out where we are going.
Chapter 7. The Darkness. The cottage was sparsely furnished. A great wooden table overflowing with dusty old tomes that looked like they belonged to a museum stood prominently in the center. Scattered amongst those relics were a few paperback novels, the kind you might see in the top 20 display on a table at the bookstore. They didn't fit with the decor, but Micah noticed Casey eyeing one of them with a grin. Casey snapped her fingers, and the iron sconces lining the walls flared into life, brightening the room and casting strange shadows on the women's faces. The Baroness gave a smile that did not meet her eyes as she turned toward Casey. The 2 looked at each other, and Micah could swear they were communicating. A whisper of words touched the back of his mind, although the room was silent.
Where did you say you were from?
Casey asked Micah aloud. Her face was the picture of innocence, but her fiery eyes seemed to pierce straight into his brain. I didn't, Micah replied, then quickly added, Bar Harbor, Maine. He hadn't meant to tell them. This place had gotten his head so twisted he couldn't remember up from down. His dad had told him not to eat the food in a magical realm, but was it okay to tell someone where he was from? Both women seemed to know he was human. Maybe it was okay, but nothing felt certain anymore.
He does not believe that he is lying,
Casey informed the Baroness, who gave a curt nod. What is going on here? Micah asked, the blood draining from his face. Why would I lie? What aren't you telling me? The 2 women looked at each other, and the Baroness shrugged her massive shoulders.
We may as well wake the girl. He is merely a confused young man.
I'm not confused, Micah cried, not wanting them to know he was. What girl are you talking about? No one answered him. Casey let herself through a small wooden door at the back of the cottage, and when it clicked shut, the room was silent once again. Micah pulled a heavy oak chair back from the table and stewed in silence, careful not to meet eyes with the Baroness. He could hear his father's voice speaking in his mind.
Anger will not serve you. Be clever, Micah.
His father had given that advice after a heated match of checkers. Micah had lost and threw the game to the ground. His father patiently picked up each piece, placing the black and red coins in their spots.
Again,
His father made him play until he could quiet his mind. When Micah finally triumphed, it wasn't the win they celebrated. It was the mastery of his temper. Why hadn't he thought about that when playing Fifth Hill with Connie? Micah sat and waited. He would play their game, and he would find a way home. When the door at the back of the cottage opened, it wasn't the fiery Casey who came out first. Micah rose to his feet, his jaw dropping. Muirin? He stepped forward, and the Baroness placed a hand in front of him to block his path. Micah frowned. How would he know if this was his friend? He opened his mouth to speak, but shut it quickly. The girl from the beach eyed him warily.
Why did you come here?
It wasn't the greeting he had hoped for, but at least it seemed real. He needed her more than she needed him. Micah's chest tightened. His eyes watered, and he turned his face away. They hadn't spoken for long. They were far from best friends, but there had been a connection between them. He was sure of it.
Why?
Muirin repeated, her voice icy. Micah looked out the dirty panes of a window and saw a raven light on one of the oak trees. It seemed to watch him back. I didn't follow you. His voice was quiet, almost inaudible. He wouldn't let his heartbreak show. I ended up here by accident. I hoped you would help me get home, but I can do it on my own.
How did you even find your way?
Her voice softened. The floor creaked with her footsteps, and after a moment, she placed a hand on Micah's shoulder.
You're from Earth. People like you can only find their way here in a spark of a dream, or the briefest moment of inspiration. You don't end up here without some powerful magic.
Micah watched Casey and the Baroness exchange another glance. What did they know that he didn't? Muirin didn't seem to notice. I don't know what to tell you. He swallowed hard before turning to face her. I paddled through the fog and ended up on some shore that was no longer Maine. Muirin inclined her head.
I believe you.
A breath he hadn't known he was holding escaped his lips. Thank you. Muirin nodded, her expression obscured by the play of light and shadow across her face.
I perceived your arrival shortly after I went home. I asked my friends to monitor you and discover your reason for being here.
She nodded to Casey and the Baroness.
You shouldn't have been able to come here on your own, and I could never sense the comings and goings of mortals.
Mortals? Micah interrupted. Are you saying that I'm not mortal?
It's a little more complicated than that.
Muirin rolled her eyes, looking very human.
We really don't have time to get into the fundamentals of Isdralan.
Is that what this place is called? The Baroness called it the Wilds.
There are many names,
Muirin instructed, looking down her nose.
Isdralan is just formal.
The Baroness sniffed.
I told him as much.
She looked as though she were about to say more, when a leather pack flew across the room, followed by Casey, half cartwheeling, half dancing, until she plopped herself backward on one chair.
What's the plan, my friends? And why so glum, Muirin? We found your mum. Now all we have to do is get her back.
The light danced on the small woman's hair, giving it the appearance of flickering flames. She leaned forward, bouncing slightly in anticipation. Micah frowned. He didn't want to be selfish, but weren't they supposed to be helping him get home? Casey seemed to read his thoughts as she gave his back a light pat.
Don't worry, Micah. The task is the same. I forget how dim-witted you humans can be.
I'm not being dim-witted. You people just won't tell me anything. Micah stomped his foot in frustration and ran a hand through his hair. He felt childish.
Well, you know what they say. Time flies like an arrow, and fruit flies like a banana.
She gave him a wink. No one says that, he grumbled. The Baroness raised an eyebrow in his direction.
Just nod and smile. You will grow accustomed to it.
Cute, Casey.
Muirin's face broke into a smile. She turned back to Micah.
You are right. We can't expect you to follow blindly. None of this is your problem, and yet here you are. I will try to explain.
Micah nodded his assent. Finally, someone was giving him answers. She continued.
You need to understand that some residents of Isdralan delight in games. They thrive on leading you astray. Some are harmless, but others could kill you in a blink of an eye.
Games. Ha! Micah gave a derisive laugh, leaning his chair and feeling the stalwart wood against his back. It felt solid. Something about it grounded him. He sucked in a breath and felt its sturdy energy. Casey and the Baroness exchanged a glance, but he ignored it. Tell me what you can.
Okay.
Muirin nodded.
You probably know that Connie is not merely a small man. He is the leader and embodiment of the South. He is fire and passion.
Casey mentioned that, Micah replied. She told me about his spear. Muirin glanced at the redhead with a raised eyebrow, and Casey gave a nod in reply.
Connie must have sensed something in you to make the deal he did, she said to Micah. They don't consider themselves gods, but more like guardians, she continued.
Are they immortal like gods? Micah interrupted, his curiosity getting the best of him. Muirin paused, and her lips pressed together like his mom's did when she was trying her best to be patient but was obviously annoyed.
No, not really. They live a long time by your standards, and they don't die in the way that you think of death. They just go away when it's their time. Before they do, the next guardian is already in place.
Her face looked pale. She paced back and forth before settling in front of the small window and gazing outside. Micah watched her brush a stray tear from her eye before she continued.
My mother is called Mir. She is the West, and represents water, wisdom, and experience.
Is that why you like the ocean so much? Micah asked. Muirin smiled and nodded.
She inherited the watch from her father, and is the newest guardian.
So, her father went away? Micah asked.
He laid down in his boat, Scuba Tinya, and sailed away, never to return.
Scuba what? Micah interrupted. That sounds familiar. Muirin raised an eyebrow.
His currach. No one knows where it took my grandfather. Now my mother is gone, and the West lies unprotected.
Will you take your mother's place if we don't find her? Micah asked, cringing when he saw Muirin's shoulders slump. She shrugged.
My mother is young and has many children. She has not chosen who will take her place. If something happened, one of the other guardians would appoint her.
Her voice trailed off, and she wiped a stray tear from her face.
Fia is the North. Many around here call her the Three. She often appears as a human woman, either maiden, mother, or crone. They also call her the Warrior Queen. She and Connie have partnered in many battles together.
Oh, Micah's eyes widened. Do you think she was the basket lady? Muirin nodded thoughtfully.
That seems likely.
In the distance, Micah could hear the soft lapping of water on a shore. How had he missed this before? He stilled himself, trying to hear where it was coming from. Muirin had stopped talking and was giving him an odd look. I'm sorry. He shook his head to release the distraction. She told him about Brennan, the East, the air above. He represented inspiration and new beginnings and wild things. Brennan favored his stag form and stuck primarily to his fortress in the clouds, uninvolved with others' struggles. And what does this all have to do with me? Micah asked. There was a sense of urgency building in him he couldn't place.
I'm getting to that.
Muirin let out a breath in exasperation.
First you complain we don't tell you anything. Then when I do, you're impatient.
Sorry. Micah's shoulders crumpled.
The four of them represent balance, and none can thrive without the others. This is probably why most think of them as gods. But they're not all-knowing or all-powerful. It's the whole that has the power. We are all just pieces. They've been around a lot longer and see the ebb and flow of life better than us.
So, Micah pursed his lips, trying to find the best way to ask his question. If Mir is your mother, does that make you some sort of all-powerful being? Muirin giggled.
No, that would be stupid. She's had hundreds of children over the eons.
Oh. Micah blushed and tried to turn away.
I didn't mean you were stupid. How would you know? I was born here, but my father was human like you. If I wanted, I could live somewhere on Earth and just be a normal girl. I've always wanted to see what that was like. Our first meeting was the first time I was ever brave enough to visit your world.
A magical, normal girl? Micah interjected.
Yes and no. Any magic or connection I have would be shadowed there.
She smiled, and Micah could tell she was trying really hard not to be condescending.
Some of my mother's children have been raised in the lands their fathers are from. They might never know there was anything different about them.
Casey and the Baroness had been quiet, exchanging glances, one woman laughing or smirking every now and then. It was unsettling. So, what happens next? Micah asked. The larger woman stood abruptly.
We will make ready.
The two women began bustling around the small cottage, grabbing supplies at random, somehow able to fit everything into their luggage. Casey dragged the leather pack behind her as they filed unceremoniously out the front door.
See you later, alligator.
In a while, crocodile, Micah replied without thinking. Casey's grin grew from ear to ear, brightening her entire face.
Oh, I like that one.
Micah beamed, pleased with himself. So, how does this cave tie in with the spear and me getting home? He asked Muirin.
There are also minor forces that play a part in this world. Kiris is a spirit. She is the one you met in the glass tower. She is the unknown. I don't know why she has taken my mother, or what she wants with the spear.
Muirin gazed at the ceiling for a moment, as if it held the answers, and ran a hand through her hair.
Lately, a darkness has spread through the worlds. Shadows where there shouldn't be. This worried my mother. She and Kiris would argue about what it meant. Kiris believes these shadows come from a particular world we touch. She thinks Isdralan needs to separate from the other worlds and block access to all the portals, or even dreams that touch us.
Muirin bit her bottom lip.
I wish I focused on my studies and tales a bit more. I paid little attention, and the arguing bored me, so most of the time, I would just leave. But I do know this. We depend on other worlds as much as they depend on us. It's a symbiotic relationship, like the clownfish and sea anemones on Earth. Take Isdralan away, and the other worlds no longer have the dreams and inspiration they need to progress. Take the other worlds from Isdralan, and we become a shadow, a memory. We become nothing.
Micah shivered, remembering Kiris and the Tower of Glass. Could she really stop people in his world from dreaming? That would be horrible.
Kiris kidnapped my mother and locked her in a prison that her powers cannot penetrate. I think she plans the same for each of the four,
Muirin explained.
Kiris believed if the guardians of Isdralan wouldn't isolate themselves from the other worlds, it was her duty to isolate them.
But it's the connection that protects you from the shadows and becoming nothing, right? Micah was beginning to understand. Muirin nodded.
After I returned from Earth empty-handed, I went to Connie and Fia for help. They said they would take care of it.
Micah frowned. Why did they decide to involve me? Shrugging, Muirin continued.
Many lifetimes ago, this place was filled with war. Kiris is not the first spirit to try and be the only guardian of Isdralan, and she won't be the last. The spear is a good example. Connie's father tried to rule us all, and my grandfather crafted it with the help of the others to defeat him. It is one of the few objects that can destroy a being so powerful. After Connie's triumph, the four made a magical treaty to ensure no single guardian holds too much power. Connie could not hand something so powerful to another guardian himself, so he gave the spear to you. Fia is skilled in combat and has her own powerful relic, a sword. Working together, I think they planned to defeat Kiris. but the plan failed.
You mean I failed? Micah frowned.
No, it was a long shot. Connie will understand. I'm sure we can still convince him to send you home.
Muireann gave him a reassuring smile.
But now Kiris is as likely to get the spear as we are. She's probably already there, searching.
Only the click of Muireann's footsteps filled the room as she paced. The silence threatened to overwhelm Micah. What do you mean? He finally asked.
You sent it right to her. The maze you saw in the mirror is where Kiris imprisoned my mother.
Chapter 8. The Golden Gull. Casey and the Baroness had already made their way to the ship to prepare the crew. Micah stared at Muireann as the two finished gathering supplies for their own journey. Her face was a mask of calm, but somehow he could feel the despair and worry that threatened to overwhelm her. When she met his eyes for the briefest of moments, he heard her voice clear in his mind.
Why do I trust this kid so much?
I'm not a kid, he blurted out. He jumped back, startled. He hadn't meant to say that aloud. She froze, a deer caught in the headlights, then shook her head and snapped out of it.
I never called you one.
Taking another step back, Micah frowned. He had heard something, he was certain of it. This place was getting to him and seeping into his very being. The most frightening part was that he liked it. It had been hours since he'd thought about his family. Muireann shifted, watching him closely.
Let's just get to the maze and find the spear. We can use it to help rescue my mother after we get you home. Once you're back in Maine, you can pretend none of this ever happened.
Her face seemed to cloud for a moment before returning to her typical look, sharp and full of determination. That won't ever happen, Micah replied quickly. I was here, and it happened. As brief as the time had been, this place was a part of him now, as sure as the stars were a part of the night sky. Even when the clouds blocked their light, they were there. Something shifted in Micah that moment, and there was no going back to being the boy that set out in a kayak to build a fort. He wondered if his dad could love him as much as he loved the little boy Micah, filled with wonder. I want to help you get your mom back before I go home, he said.
That's insane, Micah,
Muireann scoffed.
I'm nearly positive we'll find the spear before we find my mother. We must get it before Kiris does. Then I'll summon Connie and tell him to send you home. He'll help us find my mother.
How can you be so sure? Micah raised an eyebrow. Connie will probably be mad that I failed at his quest. I should just help you get your mother, then she can send me back.
I just know, and I don't need your help. We will send you home first.
Muireann glowered. She was pacing now, the battle inside clearly written on her face. She wanted his help, he could tell. What was holding her back? No.
Micah, you have to understand that time works differently here. If we don't use a proper portal, you may end up in a different place or even different time than when you started. You could go back only to find everyone you love dead and buried. Or you may grow old here, yet your body will not age. You may live for centuries and return home to find only the briefest of moments have passed.
That's not so bad. He gave her a crooked grin. I could be wise beyond my years. Muireann threw her hands into the air.
You're an idiot. That is even worse sometimes.
Why? Muireann grabbed his pack, tossing it to him, and then retrieved her own.
It's really lonely knowing things that others don't.
She sighed and pressed her lips together.
Even if you don't say a word, others can sense you don't belong.
Micah stepped forward and reached out to touch her shoulder, but drew it back quickly before connecting. In the end, he just shrugged. I don't have any friends back home anymore, so there's nothing to worry about there. A blast of sea air hit him as he followed her down a stone path through the young oaks that decorated the neat yard. Before long, the sparse forest thickened. The dappled sunlight danced on his skin, and faint voices whispered all around him. A flash of white caught Micah's attention and beckoned him to follow. Before he could step off the path, a large raven swooped in front of him. It landed on the path in front of him and cawed loudly, as if in warning, before it disappeared into the forest canopy. His foot landed slightly askance of the smooth, pebbled path, crunching the leaves.
"Micah!"
He heard a voice call.
"Micah, help me! I'm stuck in the mud here at the river."
Micah could swear that the voice was Hawk's. His first friend here was in trouble. He looked through the thick haze surrounding the path and could just make out a river with white caps foaming above the swift current. He tried to see where the voice was coming from, but it was as though the fog had seeped into his mind as well. What if Hawk couldn't swim?
"Help!"
The voice cried again. Micah took another step toward the sound of his friend's voice, but stopped when a shock of pain shot through his body. Muirin's firm hand clasped his arm and yanked him back.
"Stop!" she screamed at him. "Don't you know anything? Stay on the path!"
"Didn't you hear that? Someone is in trouble," he cried. But as soon as the words escaped his lips, his mind cleared. He knew a little. His father's stories continued to flood back to him in a barrage of memories that threatened to overwhelm him.
Stay on the path. 1 foot in front of the other, Micah. Don't listen to voices that want to trap you. The Kelpies will pull you to a watery death.
He shuddered. That one had given him nightmares for weeks. He remembered how angry his mother had been at his dad for scaring him. "Did you see a bird?" he asked.
"I didn't see any birds, Micah. But you need to stay on the path. You can get lost here and never find your way home,"
Muirin warned. She shook her head and muttered something to herself. He peered over the treetops, hoping to catch a view of the raven again. But beyond the leaves, there was nothing but clear blue skies. As they continued through the forest, the voices grew louder. This time, he heard his father.
Come home, Micah. We will love you and keep you safe. 1 foot in front of the other. The water is so warm and sweet.
"Muirin?" His voice cracked. "Do you hear the voices?" Muirin stopped in her tracks so quickly he almost crashed into her. She tilted her head and stared at him for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was low.
"Ignore them. There are bogs beyond the trees there. 1 misstep, and you'll be sucked down into it."
"Why do they call out like that? Are they evil?" Micah asked.
"It's in their nature, I suppose."
She motioned for him to follow, and they continued down the path.
"There's no such thing as good or evil, just different sides of a coin. Life needs to contain balance, or it unravels."
"What exactly is this maze we're going to?" Micah asked, slowing the pace as he faced Muirin. "What makes it so dangerous?" Muirin didn't answer right away. She just walked slowly, as if trying to work out something in her own head before speaking. When she finally did reply, her voice was quiet.
"It's not something I can explain. The cave is alive, if that makes any sense to you. It changes and adapts. Micah, you're going to have to focus a bit more when we arrive, because it calls to you louder than the creatures of this forest."
A blush crept up Micah's face. "I'll be ready," he replied, embarrassed he had been so easily led astray. "Is it evil?"
"Nothing like that,"
she answered, brushing a strand of dark hair from her face.
"It's more like it has so much information that you might drown in it if you don't know how to swim, and it will try to lead you down all paths at once. Does that make sense?"
"Not really," he giggled, "but I'll take your word for it." Neither of them spoke again, and before long the tree cover opened to an expansive green pasture that seemed to drop off into the sea at a distance. Micah froze. The raw power of the open water overwhelmed him so much he almost dropped to his knees. Without thinking, he reached out a hand to clasp Muirin's. A surge of electricity rushed through him. and he saw Muirin shudder. She yanked her hand away and took a step back.
"Who are you?"
Her voice shook and her eyes were wide. Micah frowned. She had felt it too. At least he wasn't crazy. "I'm just me," he shrugged, knowing the answer was not enough, but he had nothing else. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and blew out a puff of air.
"It was probably nothing."
She turned back to the sea and swept an arm out toward the heavy clouds in the distance.
"There's a storm brewing. It was probably just the electricity in the air."
He gave a half nod and followed close behind, taking care not to touch her again as they made their way across the field. Their ship rested beyond the cliff's edge at the dock down by Hag's Head. Casey and the Baroness had arranged passage with a friend.
"The maze is on a small island out there in my mother's watch."
Muirin pointed across the open sea toward the darkening sky. Lightning arched from one cloud to the next, and Micah shivered. Was it too late to turn back? Muirin frowned.
"How could she become imprisoned in her own watch?"
she mused, more to herself than to Micah. The narrow trail down to the sea was treacherous. It wound down the cliff in switchbacks and scrambles. Muirin maneuvered the terrain with ease, as if it were as natural for her as walking. Micah held his own, but his family had not been on any challenging hikes since Bethany came into the picture. He could see petite Casey with her agile nature traversing this with ease, but he wasn't sure how the Baroness had done it in her opulent dress and heeled boots. The ship bustled with activity as Micah and Muirin approached the dock. Small green creatures buzzed like bees, climbing ropes and hauling large items across the deck. Two of the workers lowered a wide plank from the main deck down to the old wooden dock, which creaked as Muirin stepped onto it. Micah shuddered as he looked down at the churning waters below, then gritted his teeth and proceeded across, one foot in front of the other.
"That's Captain Smeodon,"
Muirin whispered. She pointed to a sizable green creature, bigger than those running around the ship, who stood between Casey and the Baroness. Casey was waving her arms in large looping motions, and her face was alight with excitement as she spoke to the humanoid in a strange guttural language. The captain had a scar that began above his left eye, trailing to his puckered mouth. 3 earrings hung from one ear, and a hat with a giant red feather adorned his head. As he and Muirin stepped into the center of the deck, everyone went silent for a fraction of a second before returning to their work and conversations. The captain turned his wrinkled green face and stared at Micah and Muirin, shaking his head and muttering. Micah couldn't tell if he was grinning or scowling, but then he clapped Casey on the back, threw his head back, and let out a sound that had to be laughter. Casey gave a grunt and thumped the captain back. He staggered briefly and steadied himself on the mast, then gave the girl a quick salute. She turned sharply and winked.
"Ahoy, mateys!"
her tiny voice bellowed.
"To our quarters!"
The Baroness rolled her eyes, but fell in behind Casey, her heels clicking loudly on the wooden deck, and Muirin followed gracefully to an ornate door near the stern. Micah lingered to study the old captain closely. His odd hat reminded him of a pirate's tricorn. The captain squinted when he realized Micah was staring at him and leaned in close. Micah could feel the hot breath on his face and smelled a faint odor of garlic.
"Boo! Ah ha ha!"
the captain cackled.
"Welcome to the Golden Gull."
Starting, Micah turned tail and ran to follow the others to their cabin. The cabin was large for a ship, and its heavy doors muffled the shouts and movements of the crewmates, providing a respite to the noise outside. A giant viewing portal took up the entire back wall. Casey spun and danced her way to it as if she were flying through the land like a bird. She placed 2 hands on the thick glass, looking out.
"I'm the king of the world,"
she cried. In the distance, a thick mass of dark clouds rained down on the water, a foreboding omen. Somehow, Micah knew they were headed right into that storm. The Baroness wandered over to the mahogany wardrobe, pulled open the door, and inspected the captain's garments, touching one with an approving nod while sneering at the next.
How did you get the captain to give up his cabin?
Muirin asked Casey.
Oh, it's not his,
Casey replied without taking her eyes from the window.
The Baroness and I own this ship. We just let Captain Smeaton use it.
The Baroness pulled out a cloak, running her fingers lovingly over intricate patterned lace covering the thin leather.
Beautiful,
she breathed, slipping it over her shoulders. Casey flopped down on the plush bed and pulled a book from her pack. The Baroness growled and shoved at her.
I'm the biggest. I should get this one.
It's big enough for all of us,
Casey replied, her eyes sparkling. Micah frowned and took a step back. The Baroness would probably murder him in his sleep. I'll just sleep on the chair. He pointed at the overstuffed armchair in the corner.
I'm just playing. There's a bedroom with 2 sets of bunks attached.
Casey giggled and pointed to a door on the north wall.
The journey won't be long, but a nap would do us all well.
How long had it been since he had slept? Micah's brain was full of fuzz. He had spent the night curled up under the giant rock crevice before the wave of events had pulled him along. That seemed like weeks ago, not a day. Sleep would be good.
Casey's right. Let's get a little sleep before we plan our next steps,
Muirin added, heading toward the second room. Micah followed and slipped into one of the narrow beds. His eyes closed before his head hit the pillow. For the first time since he arrived, his sleep was dreamless. The next thing he knew, a soft knock sounded at the door.
Micah,
Muirin called.
Micah, the island is on the horizon.
Micah swung his legs over the side of the bed, ready to face whatever might come. Chapter 9. Girl of the Forest. As Micah leaned over the railing, crew members darted back and forth on the deck, preparing the ship to make berth. The storm had subsided, leaving the sea calm. Gentle swells disguised the ocean's raw power, hypnotizing Micah as the Golden Gull made its way to the menacing island ahead. Casey slipped in next to him, following his steady gaze. He half expected her to crack some stupid joke, but this time she was quiet and still.
I was your age when I left home,
she finally said.
Are you scared?
He wanted to lie, to feign braveness, but something told him she would see right through that. Yes, he answered simply.
1 foot in front of the other.
She smiled at him.
It will play forth as it will.
My father used to tell me that, he replied. Casey was unusually introspective, and it was bewildering. Did you miss your parents when you left? She didn't answer at first, just tilted her head in that strange way. It reminded him of a puppy, innocent and loyal. When she spoke, her voice took on a strange air, and her face was far away, lost in memories.
I never knew my parents. Not really. Where I came from, it was a tradition that the elder raised me. I was born in Imbolc, chosen by the gods to lead my village. This ensured there was no favoritism.
Were all the kids raised that way? Micah asked, trying to imagine being raised by some gnarled elder in a city.
No,
she giggled.
Just me. I didn't really have any friends. They were all afraid of me. If you haven't noticed, I have a bit of a temper.
Micah clamped his mouth shut, hiding a grin behind his hand, and politely shrugged.
It's okay. I'm a lot better at controlling it now.
She gave him a pat on the back.
Hundreds of years can teach you a bit of restraint.
It was easy to forget she had been alive that long. Her girlish grin, petite stature, and horrible jokes contributed to her youthful impression, not to mention the impulsiveness.
The only person I really spoke with was Elena.
Casey tugged at a long auburn braid, and her freckles seemed to light up.
I was to take over for her when the time came. She was my teacher, and she basically raised me, if you can call it that. She never really got me, though. Elena was so serious, never laughing or smiling.
It must have been hard growing up like that. Micah's home had always been one of love, even when his mom and dad argued. A pang of homesickness pierced him as he glanced at the island in front of him. A mist had risen, obscuring everything but the tips of the trees and the sandy beach ahead.
I didn't really know any different, so it wasn't bad.
She shrugged.
I spent what little free time I had, climbing trees and picking violets in the shade. The tiny purple flowers made regal crowns, and I would pretend to be the queen of the fairies.
She giggled, lost in her childhood memories. After a moment, she stood tall and a look of sadness crossed her face.
I had one friend, but he is long gone. I remember that day like it was yesterday.
She leaned back down over the rail.
Elena had been hard on me one morning, so I ran into the forest. She was so old by then, close to 400 years. She didn't bother chasing me. I kept running until I couldn't run anymore, and then I climbed up a tree. I figured I could live there forever. Then I heard a voice. The strange thing was, it was in my mind. This voice asked me why I was in its tree. At first I thought I was crazy, until I noticed an owlet staring at me. That was the voice I had heard. And after our conversation, talking to other creatures came quickly and easily. When I grew restless, I would run with the deer, and when hungry, I would hunt with the wolves. Sometimes the shrews would chatter and gossip with me, but from that point on, the owl, Mwezi, was my best friend. Other things changed too. I listened to my lessons and understood how, although we are different, all things are connected.
You can talk to animals? Micah's eyes widened.
That is so cool.
Casey gave a nod.
Mwezi's friendship was a better teacher than Elena ever was. We grew up together, and when my last lesson from Elena arrived, my friend was ancient for an owl. My last task was to go out into the world, to discover myself. I knew it would be the last time I saw my friend, for these journeys could take years, and he didn't have that long.
Her eyes filled, and a single tear ran down her face.
I didn't want to go, but he told me something I still hold on to today. We cannot become what we can be by remaining what we are.
She wiped the tear with a delicate finger and met Micah's gaze.
Keep that in mind on our quest. The wilds welcomed you with open arms. You are here for a reason.
Micah sighed, gripping the rail. I believe you.
Yes, stay,
the wind seemed to whisper. A sense of clarity washed over him, like some nugget of truth he hadn't been aware of had bubbled to the surface.
This place can grab hold of you and not let go.
Casey winked.
Be careful.
A massive metal scraping noise filled the air, cutting off their conversation as a giant anchor dropped into the water. The ship lurched and groaned as it caught on the seabed. It wouldn't be long now. Muirin and the Baroness exited the cabin, heads close together, engrossed in conversation.
Ready for this?
Casey asked him. Micah nodded. I think so. Above them, a black raven circled the ship twice, cawing loudly and veering toward the island ahead, disappearing into the thick tangle of forest. A few minutes later, Micah saw a man walk from the trees to the island's sandy shore, followed by a familiar form that bounded from the brush to join its friend's side.
Hawk,
he whispered. There was no question it was him, Micah realized as he gazed down at the beach from the ship's deck. He gritted his teeth. Why was Hawk here after abandoning him on the mainland? The old man ambled toward the water's edge, and even at a distance, Micah could see wariness plain on his face. Muirin joined them at the rail, raising an eyebrow as she leaned over the edge, gazing at the man with her sharp eyes.
You know him?
Micah nodded. He was the first person I met when I arrived. Him and Nosh. He gestured toward the creature. But he disappeared after Cornelius gave me the task.
This can't be by chance.
Muirin muttered. Hawk looked different from before. Thinner, perhaps, with a gauntness around his eyes. His shoulders sloped as if he was bearing the weight of the world on them. Captain Smeodon waved their group over as the crew members prepared a small dinghy. The scar that trailed down the captain's face was fearsome, but he attempted a friendly smile.
The weather's unpredictable here. We can't stay anchored long, but we will come back tonight when the moon is high.
A tiny green man hopped into the dinghy, waving the four of them in. The Baroness stepped precariously over the edge and sat in the middle of the small craft, clasping the seat tightly. The muscles in her jaw quivered, and Micah could tell she was grinding her teeth.
She hates the water. Was shipwrecked once when she was younger.
Casey whispered loudly, climbing onto the bench and putting an arm around her friend.
That's personal information that is unimportant to this endeavor,
the Baroness replied. She rolled her eyes and smacked her friend, but scooted closer. Muirin climbed onto the other bench, and Micah quickly followed, sitting down next to her. As their shoulders brushed, he felt a spark of electricity jump between them. Muirin's eyes widened, but no one else seemed to notice. Slowly, the boat was lowered to the water, and the sailor rowed them silently to shore. A ghostly howl sounded from somewhere beyond the beach, causing Micah to shiver. Hawk and Nosh made their way to meet the dinghy.
Hawk, how did you get here?
Micah ran up to the man. Nosh scampered forward, weaving in and out of Micah's legs.
Why did you leave me?
Micah asked in a whisper when he got close enough. The old man looked everywhere but at Micah, and finally mumbled,
I just don't like people much.
He kicked at the dirt, and Nosh unwound himself from Micah to circle back to his friend. Hawk's eyes were swollen and red. He squeezed them tight as if it would erase all evidence of tears. What's wrong, Hawk? Micah asked, forgetting his frustration, but the man just shook his head. The others had caught up, and the small group watched as the rowboat sailed back to the Golden Gull.
Who are you, and why are you here?
Muirin asked the old man in a low growl. His shoulders slumped, and he finally answered in a whisper.
I'm here to help. I just want to make things right.
He looked at Micah, and a tear trailed down his leathery face.
'Twas me that brought the boy here.
Huh?
Muirin blinked, clearly not expecting that answer.
Why would we want your help after you brought him here, only to leave him alone?
Hawk ignored Muirin and turned to Micah, taking a shaky breath.
I didn't tell you the whole truth about how I arrived here.
The Baroness shook her shoulders and grunted.
You seem to be a coward and a liar. Let's go, Micah. We don't need him.
Her heeled shoes sank onto the beach as she strode awkwardly through the sand. Casey reached out a hand, stopping her.
Wait! Let the man speak.
He can speak all he wants. Doesn't mean I have to listen.
The Baroness's eyes flashed.
Look at all the mess that boy got in. He could have avoided it all.
There's a story to be told,
Casey replied.
We would be wise to listen.
Hawk looked around at the motley crew, his face draining of color.
I have to tell all of you?
Casey just nodded. She pulled a blanket from her pack and settled on the ground.
You brought a blanket?
The Baroness scoffed, but settled next to the small woman. Micah watched Casey as she settled into the blanket, like she was about to watch a movie and all she needed was popcorn. He was grateful she would listen. There was something about Hawk, and the desire to know more outweighed any ill will. Chapter 10. The Roles We Play. Hawk let out a tiny breath and sat down a few feet from the blanket.
Story I told you was mostly true, but there are some parts I left out.
He turned to face Micah.
Puh.
The Baroness exhaled loudly and rolled her eyes.
When I was younger, I had a kid. Wasn't much of a dad, though. Drank too much and cared too little. He and his mama up and left. Can't say I blamed them. Well, lots of time passed, and I didn't think about them much until one day I found out I'm dying.
Nobody said a word as Hawk continued his story, but Micah noticed the Baroness leaning in, and some of the hardness had melted from Weiren's face.
I decided it was time to make my amends. Had been almost 20 years since I seen the kid. He would be a man by now. He and his mama had moved out west, so I traveled cross-country with what little money I could scrape up. Finally found him in Seattle.
Micah's ears perked up at the mention of his old city, and he pictured Hawk finding his son. He looked over at Weiren, who had never known her father. She was now listening intently.
Well, the boy was polite and all. Accepted my apologies, but didn't want any kind of relationship with me. I tried to respect that. Was his right and all. But he was alone. I stayed in the area in case he changed his mind or needed me. Not sure what help I could be. He had a nice apartment and a job, and I slept in a tent and was dying, slowly. I watched his place and followed him sometimes. Not trying to be creepy, you see, just wanted to know about his life. Well, one day he was walking down by the Sound, and I watched him come across something or other that caught his attention. He kneeled down to look and just disappeared.
Casey nodded her head slightly, as if Hawk's story made perfect sense.
Some sort of mushroom circle or portal?
She asked. Hawk shrugged.
Probably, but I knew nothing about that. Thought I'd been seeing things. I went back and watched his apartment to see when he'd come home, but he never did.
Another tear trailed down the old man's face.
Richard was alone. He had no one looking out for him, and no one even noticed he was gone.
Wait, Micah interjected. Your son's name was Richard? His dad had never spoken much about his family, only a mother that passed well before Micah had been born. Hawk nodded, and Micah opened his mouth to ask about the son Richard, but Casey raised a finger to her lips as if to say, let him finish.
So, I went back to the place he disappeared from, trying to figure out where he had gone. Stayed there a long while, and my health got worse. I thought I was going to die. That's when Nosh came through. Same place where my son had disappeared.
The small creature curled up next to Hawk, laying its head on his leg.
I followed him into the water. Didn't know what was going to happen, and I thought it may be my time. But I didn't die. I ended up here.
The mist that had cloaked the forest deeper inland had dispersed slightly. Hawk pointed to a wide crevice now visible behind the tree line before facing Micah.
I searched and searched for what seemed like years, but couldn't find him. Couldn't figure out why I wasn't dead. In fact, I felt healthier than ever. Eventually, I met a young woman. Dark eyes and long raven hair.
Hawk's expression seemed to glaze over for a moment.
Typical,
the Baroness chided. He ignored her and continued.
Said she could help me if I did her a favor. I agreed. Said I'd do anything if she could help me find my son and get him home safe. I'd take those words back in an instant if I could.
The fog was slowly pouring out of the trees and lingering ever closer to the small party, as if it were attracted to them. Micah glanced at the other faces. No one else seemed to notice.
Learned a hard lesson with that lady. Things are not always what they seem here, and those people play the long game.
Weiren scowled at Hawk. The vapor had reached them, its delicate tendrils licking at their feet. Micah tugged at Casey's cloak, but she only held her hand up and turned back to Hawk's story. Hey guys, do you see this? Micah asked, edging away from the fog. No one else seemed to be worried or even see it, but to Micah, It looked oddly familiar, like the cloud that had led him to Isdralan. "Shh," Casey answered, placing a finger to her lips. She didn't bother to look at him. This wasn't like her. She was usually the nicest.
He is telling us a story.
She found my son, easy as pie,
Hawk continued.
but he was not happy to see me. In fact, he was angry. Had a baby in his arms, and shouted at us that he couldn't go back, not without his kids. But the lady sent him back anyway, and kept me here. She promised that he would be safe, and he wouldn't remember a thing. He'd go back and forget any of this existed, me included.
"Why did she make you stay?" Micah whispered.
I don't know. Payment, perhaps? Was all right, though. I knew my son was safe, but I didn't think one lick about the kid in his arms.
Hawk sighed.
Only myself.
Icy fear crept into Micah's veins. This raven-haired woman reminded him of the witch in the glass tower. What if it had been Kiris, playing them all like a fiddle? He pictured the monster she had become and shuddered. He couldn't face her again. He was just a kid. What had he been thinking when he offered to help? The fog was up to his and Muirin's knees now, and it wafted around the heads of the others who were sitting.
At that point, I figured she was lying. I tried to follow him, but I couldn't.
Hawk trailed off and looked around for a moment. His face was blank and confused. He gave a quick shake and continued.
I couldn't find my way, and she told me... What did she tell me?
He scrunched his face and balled his fists in frustration, angry tears forming at the corners of his eyes.
Why can't I remember? Oh, she told me the moment I left this place, I would die.
Hawk inhaled, breathing in the haze that surrounded them.
I owed her a favor for saving him. Collect my debt. Best to stay away, far away from me.
Then why bother coming back? Micah cried in frustration. By now, the haze fully encompassed Casey and Hawk, and only the Baroness's head was visible. She was still scowling, but leaned forward in anticipation. Micah wanted to run as far away from this strange place as he could. All the fear and sorrow had finally caught up with him. He looked over at Muirin. Her face was blank and devoid of all feeling.
She collected her debt,
Hawk whispered.
I was supposed to bring her the boy.
Hawk sighed and nodded toward Micah.
Well, she doesn't sound very kind. What made you change your mind?
Casey asked simply, shaking her head and flicking at the fog as if it were some pesky mosquito.
Knew who he was the moment I saw him. Spitting image of his dad.
His dad? What is that supposed to mean?
Casey asked, her voice raising an octave.
How am I supposed to help you with so little information? I will never be a good leader this way. How can you expect me to fix this?
She buried her face in her hands as her shoulders shook with silent sobs.
I have already failed. I am a failure.
What are you going on about?
Hawk cocked his head and sighed.
Fact is, I couldn't do it. She was holed up in Illabridge, and I was leading him right to her. But first, there was the farmer, then the little man. I couldn't let them know I was kidnapping the boy. Nothing was working as I planned. Then, the man sent him right where I was going. When all was said and done, I didn't have to do a thing. I ran away.
Hawk's shoulders shook, and the floodgates opened, fat tears streaming down his face. Micah turned to Muirin. She always seemed to know what to do. But when he tried to meet her eyes, they were dark and empty, the blue specks non-existent. He waved a hand in front of her face, and she didn't even twitch. Everyone seemed lost in their own worlds. Maybe this was his chance to disappear. Perhaps his friends would think him dead when they woke from this stupor. He took a step back, then another. maybe this fog could lead him home.
What would this woman want with some stupid boy?
Casey asked as Micah continued his retreat. Micah could barely hear her voice now, but he didn't like being called stupid. He stopped in his tracks and faced the group again. From this distance, he could see that the fog had surrounded the group. It coiled like a great snake, squeezing tighter and tighter. Hawk stared at Casey, his lined face fixed in a frown.
That's the part I couldn't figure out. He is just a boy.
Clearly, he is more than that.
The Baroness rolled her eyes.
Or she wouldn't want him. He obviously has a role in her ploy. And he must be powerful, or a witch like her wouldn't want him. He is ours, not hers.
Guys? Micah called, but no one listened. Muirin continued to stand still, frozen in time.
And what role is it you play?
Hawk frowned at the Baroness.
What role do any of you play?
Hey, Micah said louder and took a tentative step toward the group, avoiding the tendrils of mist.
Well, certainly not the cowardly role.
The Baroness was yelling now and placed her hands on her hips, displaying her large, tusk-like teeth.
You seem to have claimed that one for yourself.
It's better than the self-righteous imposter you are,
Hawk shot back.
Pretending you're some sort of royalty.
I am not an imposter.
The Baroness rose to her feet as gracefully as her enormous frame would allow.
I am the rightful mistress of...
Of what? Because I imagine all your titles mean nothing here.
Hawk interrupted, standing as well, looking quite small next to the large woman. Stop fighting, guys, Micah shouted. Then he held his breath and stepped into the fog. Chapter 11. The Maze. All the worries, fears, and self-doubt he had been harboring came back the moment the vapor touched his skin. Micah squeezed his eyes shut and gritted his teeth. What could some boy who knew nothing of this place do to make a difference here? But the small spark of knowledge was inside him, strong and steady. The ghost of Casey's voice echoed in his mind.
You are here for a reason.
He fed that tiny whisper of courage and took another step forward, one foot in front of the other. As the flame grew, so did his confidence. It pushed away the shadow of doubt that threatened them all. He opened his eyes and studied his friends, trying to come up with a plan.
See.
A voice spoke in his mind.
Understand.
Micah saw Casey sitting on the blanket, her lips thin, her jaw clenched. Something about her had changed. Tiny flames danced in her hair, as if the auburn locks were fire itself. As the mist touched it, the flame dampened and sputtered out.
Fire child,
the voice inside whispered. He searched, not sure if there was someone speaking in his mind or if the voice came from within. But there was nothing to see aside from the fog. He approached Casey and reached out a hand, unsure. When they touched, he felt her blazing brightly, as if his touch had rekindled the fire within her. She looked at him, blinking and waking from the fog, then rose to her feet. It's the mist, he told her. It's doing something to our emotions. Casey nodded and continued to brighten. Suddenly, her skin was hot to the touch, and Micah dropped her hand in surprise. She gave him a wink and joined him as he approached the others. The Baroness and Hawk were still arguing. Tiny bolts of lightning arched from her skin to Hawk, who now looked as gnarled as an old ponderosa pine. Large pieces of bark dropped from his body to the ground, scattering as the electricity barraged his skin. Micah reached out a hand to each of them, more confident this time. It was as though the touch was a window into their innermost essence. He felt the timelessness of Hawk drawing on the strength of Earth, while the Baroness was a hurricane of emotions, all battling inside to get out. Whatever Micah was doing shifted something inside the two of them. The Baroness gasped and her jaw dropped. Muirin sat apart from the others, fat tears trailing down her face. Micah clasped her hands in his, and for a moment, time stopped. The rest of the world fell away, and only Muirin and him existed, blanketed in silence. Logic told Micah this should terrify him, but in its place, peace and calm resonated inside him. They were standing in an enormous cavern, open to the sky above them. When he looked at Muirin, her eyes flashed as they had back in Maine, bottomless pools of blue with flecks of light inside. The beach was gone. They stood on a smooth, dark floor, decorated in a pattern of 3 white swirls, all linked in the center. There was something familiar about this place, something that Micah couldn't put his finger on. "Where are we?" he asked Muirin. He had expected his voice to echo in this vast cavern, but the sound came out muted and soft. She looked at him a moment, a deep well, serene and still.
"I went here often as a child,"
she whispered, her face filled with wonder.
"I would watch my mother study or meditate. She would sing to me, and we would dance by the ocean. This is where I learned to shift my form. I could become a seal and swim in the sea, or an osprey and fly through the sky above."
The light played on her face as she studied the room. The shadows created patterns on her skin that reminded Micah of moonlight on the water.
"I loved it when my mother wasn't busy, and it was just the two of us."
I always related more to my dad. He would tell me the most magical stories. Micah smiled. I love my mom, but we were never as close. I always wondered if it was because she wasn't my birth mother, and she could never love me as much as her own. There was always some kind of space between us. But when Bethany was born, it actually bridged that space. He wasn't sure what made him share this. His friends back in Seattle didn't even know that secret, but it felt right, as though this were a place of secrets, all safely stored in the damp walls.
"What do you mean, not hers?"
Muirin asked. My birth mother left when I was a baby. No one ever talks about her. My mom's the only mom I ever knew. I love her and all, I just wonder sometimes. Wish I could ask someone why. Muirin squeezed his hand, and a wave of warmth flowed through him. There was no need for words. She sighed before sharing.
"My mother's people are not like yours, Micah. They don't love in the same way. Perhaps they've lived too long for that."
But your mother loves you, right? Micah asked.
"Yes,
Muirin pursed her lips.
but it's not the same as parental love that you know. Nonetheless, we are family. I have memories of my father, in a way. They're like dreams, almost. He would sing to me and hold me."
Micah nodded. His heart ached. He had always taken his father's love for granted. "What is the symbol we're standing on?" he asked, changing the subject.
"It's a triskel, the sacred symbol of Isdralan. You'll see it revered everywhere here, in our art and prose, even in nature. Plants with 3 leaves, or the way the water jetties in a whirlpool. 3 is the most important number. It can mean life, death, and rebirth, or sometimes past, present, and future. There are lots of things, and they all meet in the center. Or they're all connected, depending on how you think of it. Like the way Isdralan is the connection between all worlds."
She leaned back a moment, and her eyebrows raised.
"Micah, your eyes, they're glowing."
"Glowing?" he asked. "What do you mean?"
"Like ocean foam, with little flecks of dark in it."
She frowned a little and looked around again.
"Micah, who are you? How did you take us here?"
"Me? I thought you took us here," he answered. "We were in the fog." Thoughts came flooding back. The fog! We need to get back to the others. He dropped Muirin's hand, and his stomach lurched as the world fell away around him. When he opened his eyes, he and Muirin were sitting on the beach, facing each other as curious faces surrounded them.
What happened, Micah?
Casey asked, her voice filled with concern.
You touched Muirin, and then you both collapsed to the ground.
I don't know. His voice was shaky, and he looked at Muirin for help, but she added nothing. Her face was thoughtful, as though piecing together a puzzle. Micah wanted to help her, but he had his own mystery to solve. Hawk? His voice wavered. Are you my grandfather? The old man gave a crooked smile and shrugged.
Makes the most sense. You look just like him. My son.
The world was still spinning, and Micah wished he could go back to the quiet of the cave. Feelings inside him mixed and churned like an angry sea, and he wasn't sure if he should be happy or mad at the man. Why had Hawk waited until now to tell him? Why had he made him ask? The old man reached out and gave the boy an awkward pat, and Micah took a step away. He didn't know what exactly to say. I need to process this, I think. Hawk gave a slight nod and pulled his hand back. He gestured toward the cave.
Suppose we get to it then.
No.
Muirin finally spoke. Her demeanor had recovered and her voice was firm.
I'm not sure I trust you, and it's time to piece some things together. I have questions.
I think we all do, Micah added. He turned to Muirin. Starting with, what is this maze, and why is your mom trapped in it?
I can answer that one, I think.
Casey grinned and bounced from foot to foot, more like her usual self.
In our home, we called it the Chaos Wastes. Someone gave the Baroness and me a task long ago that led us to this maze. It's old as dirt, and has probably been here as long as time. It connects many places. Dangerous, too. It shifts and changes often. We don't yet know its purpose.
The Baroness sniffed and pursed her lips, attempting to shove down all emotion.
But not from lack of research.
Casey put an arm around the Baroness's waist and gave a squeeze, then turned back to the group.
When we became hopelessly lost,
We were not lost.
The Baroness interrupted, thumping Casey on the back of her head.
Just...
Yeah,
Casey continued.
Not lost, just sidetracked. Anyway, after many lifetimes of wandering, we were sidetracked. Muirin found us and came to our aid. Now it's our turn to help her. It's more like a riddle than a maze.
Lifetimes? Micah frowned. That doesn't make sense.
I rarely do.
Casey winked.
I've been inside.
Hawk added quietly.
It studies you, learning your innermost workings, and tries to trick you, like it's alive.
Alive? Micah asked.
It's dangerous,
Muirin said.
and can play with your mind, tempting you away from your purpose. That's when you really get lost.
Like the fog? Do you think the maze sent the fog? He asked.
I know it did.
She studied Micah's face before continuing.
But how is it that you were the one who could defeat it? That's the piece I don't understand.
She turned to face Hawk.
And what do you have to do with all this? I think it's time you shared everything you know.
Hawk sighed and gave a nod.
When I first came after my son, this is where I was supposed to find him. I spent years here, chasing, just trying to reach my son. I know this place as well as anyone can. I've lived so many lives here. I cannot even count them.
Many lives? What is with this thing sucking up so much time? Micah asked. The Baroness's face softened as she nodded at the old man in some sort of understanding.
It can chew you up and spit you out, and do it again and again,
She whispered.
There is no time inside that place.
Micah shivered. I don't understand. It was Casey who finally said,
It's different each time, forever changing. Last time, I recall living the life of an accountant on Earth. A very intriguing existence. Your world has so many stories. The maze is a magical masterpiece, certainly someone's magnum opus.
A very sick and twisted someone. The Baroness sneered, glancing at Micah, then spat on the ground.
I don't think he originally intended it for evil.
Casey was lost in the past again.
In some parts, they say it is a path of meditation, or to meet your gods. People avoid it in Isdralan.
Muirin's voice was soft.
They avoid the island altogether, but it touches my mother's realm, so it's a part of us, and we've spent so much time here. This beach is where I first met these two.
She gestured at Casey and the Baroness.
It's where I found Nosh,
Hawk added, running a hand over his friend's soft fur.
What I don't understand is why Kyrus brought my mother here of all places. It's the part of our land most connected to the other worlds.
Muirin was pacing now.
Unless this is where she means to close off that connection.
Hawk was quiet, his face scrunched in thought.
Who is Kyrus?
Kyrus kidnapped my mother,
Muirin answered.
She wants to shut Isdralan off from the rest of the worlds. We can't let that happen,
Casey added.
I've seen what happens in my world if it does.
Micah looked toward the cave. The mist had settled in front of the entrance like a coiled snake waiting to spring.
What happens? It's difficult to explain.
Casey tilted her head.
Things become colorless, like all hope is lost, or like dreams never existed. Think of magic like the spark of an idea, or the inspiration for some painting. It's in everything, and touches everything in your world and mine. When you take that away, there's nothing left but survival and emptiness. Isdralan touches everything, and the opposite is true. Everything touches Isdralan, the good and the bad.
Muirin added.
There are dark places here too, dangerous things that we don't speak of. Not all worlds are light, but they touch us too, and spill over. Kyrus wishes to block out the darkness. She doesn't understand that everything is balanced on the tip of a knife. If we close the portals, we could all cease to exist. Isdralan only exists as a glue, a connective tissue between the different worlds. Take away the portals, and there's no need for the glue.
Micah suppressed a shiver and wondered if his father really had been here. Could he be the baby that his father carried back?
Yes,
the wind seemed to whisper.
Come inside.
Muirin's eyes flashed, and she stood a little taller.
From here on in, we must trust each other if we're going to make it to the heart of the maze. We all have our own reasons, and that's okay. But no more secrets. I'm here to find my mother.
I am here to right my wrongs,
Hawk added.
I'm here to ensure the gateway remains open,
Casey piped in. The Baroness remained silent and crossed her arms over her chest. Casey walked over and gave the woman a kick in the shin.
All right, geez. I'm here to find someone.
Casey raised an eyebrow.
Fine,
the Baroness continued.
And to apologize.
Micah wasn't sure what she meant, but everyone seemed content with the answer, so he kept his mouth shut. He just wanted to get home and to help his friend. But when he opened his mouth, the words that came out surprised him. I'm here to find out who I am. The cave beckoned, its gaping maw like a giant beast, ready to swallow them whole. The group stepped inside. Chapter 12. Time Magic is Tricky. The stone walls inside the cave were damp, and water dripped from the ceiling above, reverberating through the cavern. A familiar spiral pattern adorned the floor, though it was barely discernible, much faded from the cave he had inhabited with Muirin. Micah gazed at her, curious if this was the same place to which he had spirited them, but Muirin was busy inspecting the massive chamber. In the back of the room, a narrow tunnel looked as though it had been dug right into the stone. This must be the entrance to the maze. "Is this how you remember it?" Micah asked the others. Hawk shook his head.
No, but that means nothing.
This looks like the place where I grew up, but it looks like it's been abandoned for centuries,
Muirin whispered.
See how the wall is crumbling? Those stalactites would have taken forever to form.
Micah was relieved he was not the only one to recognize the markings. A low rumble echoed from the tunnel. Casey and the Baroness exchanged a glance but remained quiet. They would have to fit through the dark tunnel in single file. The Baroness would need to crouch low if she hoped to fit through the squat opening. "We have to go in there?" Micah asked, wrapping his arms around himself. Part of him already knew the answer. Hawk strode across the crumbling cavern, setting a determined pace, with Nosh trotting behind him. Only in the paleness of his face could Micah see his unease. Hawk turned back to the group and waved them on.
You guys coming?
Silently, Casey and the Baroness fell in line with him, then Micah, with Muirin close behind. No one spoke as they made their descent into the tunnel. Dampness eventually gave way to stifling heat, and Micah found it hard to breathe. The pinprick of light from the entrance was quickly fading, but before he could say anything, a compact ball of blue light formed in front of Casey. It floated through the air, moving past Hawk to guide their way.
"How did you do that?"
Micah whispered.
"Just an old trick I learned when I was young,"
Casey replied with a wink. The tunnel seemed to widen as the group trudged onward. The rough-hewn walls transformed into a smooth black marble that stretched in an endless hall with no doors or windows. The walls seemed to swallow what little light the globe emitted. Further on, the space in the hall expanded so that Micah could no longer see the walls, just an empty void determined to swallow him whole. Another rumble sounded. This time it came from every direction at once. Is this what Casey meant by shifting and changing? Casey's ball of light blinked out suddenly, leaving the group in darkness. Micah's hand shot out in a panic. It bumped into something soft, and Muirin gave a sharp yelp.
"Are you guys still here?"
he asked, his voice shaking.
Yup,
Hawk said, quickly followed by Muirin and the Baroness affirming their presence.
"I once met a wizard who threw a ball of darkness at me,"
Casey murmured, her voice serious.
"Do you think that's what this is?"
Micah asked, his body tensing in alarm. "A wizard spell?"
"I hate it when people throw shade."
Casey howled with laughter, and Micah heard a thump that he assumed was the Baroness hitting her friend.
"This is serious,"
Micah groaned.
"I can't see a thing."
The Baroness erupted in a hearty laugh.
"Ha! When you figure out how to get Casey to be serious on cue, let me know, because I have known her longer than Hawk here has been alive, and I still have not figured it out."
"What happened to your light, Casey?"
Muirin asked.
"Not sure,"
Casey answered from the darkness in front of him.
"I'm trying to make another one, but it won't work."
The rumble grew louder. Something groaned and scraped until the cacophony culminated in a sharp click. The group exhaled into the silence. Ahead, Micah could make out a tiny flicker of light. He was still studying it when it flared so brightly and so suddenly that he had to turn away. He squeezed his eyes shut against the blinding light. When he forced them open, he could see his friends rubbing their faces and blinking as well. The light had blinded them all, blocking out any clues to what lay ahead. In the places untouched by light, the inky black was darker than anything he had ever seen. A giant ball of ice formed in Micah's belly, and he bit his lip.
Should we go back?
Muirin asked.
I don't know.
Hawk's voice was wary.
This is nothing like the last time I was here.
There is something up there,
Casey said. She flipped a braid over her shoulder and ventured forth.
just beyond the light. I can't make it out.
Micah squinted in the direction she pointed and could discern the outline of something round. He moved to follow Casey, but the Baroness clasped his wrists with icy hands.
Wait,
She commanded.
I'll go first.
She approached the shape, her footsteps muffled on the strange marble floor. As they grew nearer, they saw a massive iron wheel on the ground. It looked like the steering apparatus of a pirate ship had been laid on its side. Polished wooden spokes protruded from it in a sunburst pattern. At the center, an intricate copper holder held a lantern, surrounded by mirrors that focused the light. Currently, it made one intense beam pointed at the group. A single candle burned just beyond the wheel. It was made with an ebony wax, and though its flame was tiny, it gave off an unnatural light. The strange light gave the Baroness's dark skin a greenish tinge, and her hands quivered slightly.
I don't like this.
She said in a hushed voice as she approached the contraption.
I don't like this at all.
You don't like anything.
Casey chuckled, catching up with her friend and standing nearby. Micah approached the wheel and noticed, within the ring of candlelight, a wooden box filled with more candles in many colors. He ran his hand along the wheel's polished wood before pushing on one spoke. It turned slowly, and the spotlight creaked and groaned, and turning clockwise, clicked into place. Micah breathed.
Back away.
Muirin reached out in an attempt to pull him back. The shifting light revealed that they were no longer in a tunnel. Where the luminescence mingled with darkness, there was a vast expanse of nothingness. However, within the radiance of the beam, a strange scene unfolded. A group of children gathered in a concrete parking lot where they were playing tag. Micah could hear an echo of laughter as one kid chased the rest, but there was something off about it. Like the laughter was fake, or the kids were not really happy, just imitating happiness. Nosh gave a whimper that progressed into a low growl. The sunlight, if one could even call it light, cast an unusual shade of green. The place seemed to be in a perpetual state of darkness. Micah felt like he was watching a movie on a really old TV. "Hello?" he called out into the scene. At the sound of his voice, the children turned their heads in unison to look at him. Micah could see then that each child's eye sockets were empty and dark as the hallway behind him. As they crept toward him slowly, Micah stood frozen with fear. He had seen those empty eyes only once before, on Kyrus's face in the glass tower.
Nope,
the Baroness said, shoving Micah to the ground as she ran past him.
Not gonna mess with whatever that is.
She pushed at the giant wheel until it clicked into place again. It showed the same scene, but this time the parking lot was empty and crumbling with age. She lifted her hands to push the wheel again. The eyes were like, Micah began.
Wait,
Casey interrupted. She placed a hand gently on the Baroness's arm.
we don't know what comes next. Let's take a moment while we're in a safe place.
The Baroness gave a curt nod and released the wheel.
What happens when you go back?
Muirin asked.
I'm not sure that's the best idea,
Hawk said this time. Nosh panted nervously at his side.
Those children did not look friendly.
Just be ready to twist the wheel again.
Muirin offered.
They were not moving fast.
Sighing, the Baroness pressed against the wheel, turning the light back to the children. They were playing yet again, oblivious to the group. Casey placed a finger over her lips. No one moved as the Baroness continued pushing. The wheel groaned as it shifted back to the empty parking lot. It clicked again, and once more all was dark beyond the ring of light from the ebony candle. The Baroness gave an odd smile, revealing her tusk-like teeth.
I have a theory.
She scanned the group and landed on Micah.
You.
Me? Micah replied, unsure what to do. The Baroness still made him feel quite uncomfortable. Her strange features and haughty manners did not mix, and both terrified him.
Yes, you.
She sniffed and pointed at the box of candles.
Go choose a candle from the box. Then use the flame from the ebony taper to light it.
She paused, as if expecting someone in the group to object, but no one said a word.
Then use your candle to light the lantern.
But it's already lit, he protested as he moved toward the box of candles. The Baroness tisked him, waving a hand in the air as if to shoo him away. He approached the box and inspected its contents. Each candle was unique, some solid, others with patterns and bright colors. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to be looking for. He pushed a burgundy candle to the side, shoving his hand deeper into the box. He felt an electric tingle as his little finger brushed against something rough. This candle was different. Blue and green whirls moved and swirled like ocean water. Power hummed through him as he closed his hand around the candle. It was spectacular, like nothing he had ever felt before. Micah looked up to see if anyone else had felt the raw power this thing held, but they all just stood there, looking between him and the Baroness and waiting for something to happen. He took 2 steps forward to the lantern, and the Baroness snuffed it out. The only light left in the room was that of the single flame behind him. He placed his candle to the wick of the lamp, then replaced the ebony candle with his, and the brightness flared again. Without a word, the Baroness turned the wheel to reveal a man sitting on the beach with an infant on his lap. A choked gasp escaped Hawk's lips as he stepped toward the scene.
Richard!
Hawk cried. The Baroness placed a hand on Hawk's shoulder, holding him back, as the younger man in the vision turned.
Go away!
The man shouted in their direction. His face was set into a scowl. He gave a shake and looked down at the baby before the Baroness pushed the wheel to the next setting. That had been his dad. Micah shivered. Hawk had dropped to his knees and was sobbing.
I'm sorry,
he cried.
So sorry. I didn't think about your feelings.
A soft hand rested on Micah's shoulder. Muirin had moved to stand next to him. A sense of warmth and comfort flowed through him at that moment. He felt that everything would be all right. She looked into his eyes, assessing.
That was the beach where we first met.
She whispered low enough that only he could hear.
Did you recognize it?
Micah turned to inspect the scene, but it had changed again. His parents now stood on that same beach. His mom wore Bethany strapped into a ring carrier. The family was all smiles, and they seemed to enjoy their beach outing. Why aren't they sad or looking for me? Micah wondered, and his chest tightened. He opened his mouth to call out, but turned to the Baroness first, eyes questioning. She just shrugged. It couldn't be this easy, could it? All he had to do was step into the vision and he would be home? Dad? Mom? He shouted. His dad froze and turned his head toward Micah's voice.
Did you hear that, Becky? It sounds like someone's lost.
His mom pressed her lips together in the way she always did when she was thinking hard about something. His dad turned back to his wife with a shrug. They didn't recognize his voice.
I'm probably just imagining things,
his dad said. Hawk was still slumped on the ground, shoulders heaving, loud sobs racking through his body. Something about this was all wrong. Every bone in Micah's body wanted to run to his parents and leave this place for good. His parents would remember him no matter what. Wouldn't they? Muirin reached out and pulled him close, hugging him tightly, and nodded to the Baroness, who turned the wheel again. This time, the beach was empty, littered with washed-up debris as if no one had cleared it in years. A low hum in the distance sounded like cars on the freeway. The place exuded a sense of despair, loneliness, and wrongness. "Turn it back," Micah exclaimed. "All the way to us, here." Complying, the Baroness pushed one spoke and the wheel groaned back to the group.
"They didn't even know me,"
Micah whispered as Muirin gave his hand a squeeze. Hawk sniffled as his sobs subsided and rose to his feet.
"Those folks may not, but your mom and dad are missing you something terrible right now."
"He's right,"
Casey added. She and the Baroness exchanged a glance before she continued.
"Time magic is tricky. Those may not have been your parents, Micah, but in some way, they still are. If you were to join them, their world would be split into infinitely more possibilities. Is that really something you would want to burden them with?"
Micah paused for a moment. Could this be like a choose-your-own-adventure book? Could he be the one to decide what path to take by trying each one? What would happen to the other versions of himself? And did they even matter?
"It's not something that you should mess with,"
the Baroness boomed, her lips pressed into a thin line as her gaze landed on Micah. She continued in a more measured voice.
"It is dangerous and unpredictable. You, of all people, should know that."
"Me?" Micah replied. "Why should I know?"
"Let it go,"
Casey sighed and pressed a hand on her friend's shoulder.
"Our existence is a toss of the dice. I prefer your jokes to your riddles, Casey,"
Muirin said. She studied the strange lantern.
"So, this lantern connects the candle to the person who holds it. How can we use this to help us find my mother?" "I think they're doorways,"
Casey replied as she approached the box and picked her way through the candles. She pulled out a bright orange and red taper, its wax twisted as though flames were crawling ever upward.
"This one is connected to me somehow."
She blew a puff of air at the lantern, extinguishing it before relighting it with her candle, and turned the wheel. Everyone watched as the light moved. Click. A scene spread before her. A young, freckle-faced child sat in a tree, her eyes as red as her hair. Nearby sat a fuzzy owlet, cocking its head in curiosity. Micah glanced at Casey. Her eyes were glassy, and a serene smile tugged at her lips.
"Hello, old friend,"
she whispered, reaching a hand in salute before turning the wheel again. Click. The next scene revealed an older Casey, arms wrapped around her body, surrounded by a desolate, charred landscape. The Casey with them sighed and turned the wheel again, this time revealing nothing but a blizzard of snow, so thick no one could see anything. Click. A girl in a tree with no owl. Click. A great battle between fantastical creatures. Click. A city filled with men like the crew on the Golden Gull. Click. A tree with no child.
"I could keep going,"
Casey said, her tone hushed.
"Each scene would differ from before. Some are close to what I experienced. Some are vastly different. If you keep going forward, you will probably get many futures."
"Bah! You sound like him,"
the Baroness scoffed.
"None of them are real. They are someone else's past and future."
"They are as real as you or I,"
Casey replied, her voice gentle yet firm.
"There are infinite worlds with infinite possibilities."
The women's discussion faded into the background as Micah put the pieces together. This contraption was some sort of time machine. But even bigger than that, he could see into his past and future, visit where he came from and where he might go. The entire box of candles was filled with multiple worlds and stories. This was incredible. Rescuing Muirin's mother would be a piece of cake. A brilliant idea was forming in his mind. Micah pushed past the arguing women, replaced Casey's orange candle with his own, and turned the wheel. "Wait!" Muirin, Casey, and the Baroness shouted together. He ignored them and pushed the groaning wheel until it revealed a bustling city with a tower of glass. He tugged the hood of his jacket over his head, pulled the cord tightly, and entered the scene. A boy was having an argument with the guard at the gate. There was a long walking stick strapped to his back. Micah approached cautiously, and before either the boy or the guard noticed him, he clasped the walking stick and began running back to the light. "Stop him!" he heard the guard yell from behind him. "No!" his own voice called. "That was my only way home!" He stepped back into the cave, the spear clutched in his hands. He felt slightly guilty for stealing the spear from his past self. Shocked faces surrounded him. The Baroness and Casey were staring. Before he could react, the Baroness took 2 large strides towards him and clasped his hands over the spear, dwarfing them in her large ones.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispered, then released them and turned the wheel. He tucked the spear into the straps of his pack, creating a makeshift sheath, and turned back to the group.
"Just so you know, that doesn't count,"
Casey retorted. Amused laughter echoed in the hall behind them. The sound chilled Micah to the bone. Hawk and Muirin looked at each other, confusion clear on their faces. Micah hesitated before turning toward the sound. When he followed the path of light toward the laughter, a strange scene lay before him. Chapter 13. Time and Fate. A grand room appeared in the spotlight where the dark hallway had been. Brass sconces were now spaced evenly around the chamber, casting a golden glow on the polished white marble walls. A hooded figure sat on a gilded throne atop a dais. Next to him, an ethereal woman wove an intricate tapestry that depicted the moon and stars reflected in a serene ocean. The thread, thin as spider silk, had an unearthly quality. Micah gulped as the woman's dark eyes met his and gave a dangerous wink. A swirl of light as bright as sea foam shone in them. Could this be Muirin's mother? He turned to his friend, questioning, but Muirin stood frozen in time. No one in the room moved except for Micah and the figures on the dais. The woman snipped the thread and tossed it into the air, watching it float in his direction, as if a gentle breeze pushed at it, even though the air was as still as the dead. Behind him, Micah heard the flap of wings and a loud caw as a raven flew low over his head. It caught the strand and rested on the woman's shoulder. Micah opened his mouth to speak, but the woman pressed a finger to her lips and turned to face the form on the throne. As the person pushed back their hood, Micah gasped. He was face to face with a mirror image of himself. The twin figure snapped his fingers, and with a sharp intake of air, the group came to life again. The confusion on Hawk's face deepened, and Muirin grew even paler. Casey just threw back her head and howled with laughter. The Baroness was the first to speak. She faced the throne, hands on her hips.
"You meddling toad! What gives you the right?"
Casey contained her laughter long enough to rest a hand on her friend's arm.
"Remember your purpose."
"I changed my mind,"
the large woman shouted and stomped her foot.
"You are an idiot, Ion, or whatever you call yourself these days."
"Temper, temper," the figure on the throne chided. "Duria, dear, I thought you were past wearing your anger." Micah watched in horror as his own countenance chastised the Baroness, whose face had brightened to a dark shade of red. Micah looked around at his friends. What was going on here? The Baroness, fuming, seemed to have a long-standing feud with this guy. On the other hand, Casey covered her mouth to stifle another laugh. Muirin seemed lost in a trance. She ignored the figure on the throne altogether, peering instead at the weaving woman. Hawk's voice cut into Micah's thoughts.
Baroness, Your Excellency, or whatever, why are you yelling at a baby?
You idiot! What are you talking about? The Baroness tightened her shoulders as she shifted to Hawk, getting right up in his face. There are no babies here. Just this blasted old man who thinks he knows it all, who thinks he's a god.
Are you calling me old? Because you aren't no spring chicken, lady, Hawk retorted. I meant the baby on the throne, you witch!
Nosh circled his companion once and bared his teeth at the Baroness.
She doesn't make friends easily,
Casey whispered to Micah, attempting to hold back laughter. Hawk shook his head before turning to Micah.
I think this one's gone off the deep end.
I don't see an old man or a baby, Micah breathed. I see... He didn't want to admit what he saw. He turned to Muirin, whose eyes were still glued to the weaver woman. The figure on the throne gave a snap, and time froze once more. Micah's friends locked into place as if they were a great work of art. The weaver had frozen as well this time, and the massive bird's beak was open wide in silent song. Who are you, and why do you look like me? Micah asked his doppelganger. For simplicity's sake, call me Ion, the figure replied. And it's vain to say I look like you. Perhaps you look like me. Ion, Micah repeated. The name felt awkward on his lips, in the same way the person in front of him was an odd mix of familiar and strange, as though they had met once, in a dream perhaps. Do you have more than one name? We have many names, Ion laughed, glancing over at the woman next to him. But that's of no consequence. Who is she? Micah asked, looking at the woman with the tapestry. Is it Muirin's mother? No, Micah, she is not. Ion rose to his feet and stepped forward. She is my counterpart, Fate. But you can call her a Nanki, and we are together more often than not. Does that make you Time? Micah asked. Fate and time? His dad's most magical stories had always involved fate, time, and the hero who had some important destiny. I suppose it does, Ion chuckled and eyed Muirin, who was still frozen. Micah and Ion stood in awkward silence. When Micah spoke, his voice wavered slightly. Why did you appear here? Ion ignored him, sauntering in front of the Baroness and removing a necklace with a large purple stone, which he put in his pocket. It doesn't appear you need to steal. Micah glanced around the decadent room, then folded his arms in front of him. Oh, no, I certainly don't, Ion answered, his eyes twinkling. But it will drive her crazy. I never pass up an opportunity for that. He raised his fingers to snap again, but Micah interrupted him. Wait, how do we find Muirin's mother? Use the wheel. It will get you there, Ion replied. We always chose right. Micah frowned. Have we met before? Many times. Ion pulled the hood up over his head. And we will meet again many more times. With that, he snapped his fingers and the room was gone. Back in the dark hallway, Micah slid to the floor with a groan and thunk, resting his head in both hands. Just when I think this place can't get any stranger. The rest of the group was blinking in the dim spotlight, as if waking from a deep sleep. Micah worried they would not remember what just happened until Muirin sat down next to him. Did you see that woman? She breathed. She shared my face. Oh, thank goodness. Micah let out a huge breath. I'm not crazy. I thought it may have been your mother. Maybe everyone saw something different. Muirin's eyes widened as they locked with his. She gave a warm smile, and Micah felt the knot inside his stomach relax. He turned to the others. Did he freeze time for all of you?
Not that I recall. It was just a talking baby on the throne, with some old crone sitting next to him making a blanket.
Casey took 2 bounds over and threw her arms around Micah in an enormous hug.
What a gift!
She cried. He stiffened, not sure what to make of this affection or comment, but who knew with Casey? A gift for who? Casey grinned and opened her mouth to answer, but was cut short by the Baroness's grumbling. The Baroness wore a rutted scowl on her face as she rubbed her bare neck. He took it, Micah told her. Said it would make you mad. The Baroness eyed him up and down and sighed. Then her lips turned up ever so slightly as she joined the group.
Oh, yes, he would do that.
You're not mad? Micah asked.
Oh, no. I am furious.
Her smile turned into a wicked grin.
But it will drive him crazy if I don't react. He can freeze time,
Hawk stated.
Does that make him some sort of god?
From your perception, at least.
Casey faced Hawk.
You live your life in a straight line. You're born, you do stuff, and you die. If you're really lucky, you pick up the knowledge that infinite moments have infinite paths. Some beings, like Ion, can see this.
Lucky.
Hawk stroked Nosh's fur with his gnarled hand.
Or perhaps it's a curse.
Probably a little of both,
Casey replied, then gave an impish grin.
If the past, the present, and the future walked into a bar, it would surely be tense.
The Baroness rolled her eyes, and Micah couldn't contain the snicker that burst from his lips. His smile quickly faded as he thought about what Casey had said. Was this the gift she had been referring to? He imagined that if he ever got home, there would be weeks, if not months, of attempting to figure out what really happened here. Ion was a conundrum, and Micah feared what it would mean if his suspicion were right. Why else would a godlike being choose his face? Was it vain of him to think he could be a sort of god someday? Micah imagined being in school and pausing time to look up the answers to a test. He could get straight A's with no effort at all. Gazing down at his hands, he turned them over and back, then attempted a snap similar to what he saw Ion do. Nothing happened. Nobody froze. They were all still lost in their own thoughts. He reached out a hand to Muirin, feeling the now familiar electricity between them. She met his gaze for a moment before looking away. Time and fate. The two of them were connected, but how? Perhaps if they rescued Muirin's mother, she would have answers. Not that anyone around here spoke in anything other than riddles. I think Muirin needs to pick the candle. Micah rose to his feet and addressed the group. Then to find her mother, we just need to find the right time. Casey smiled as if her kid had just won first prize in the spelling bee.
Good thinking.
One by one, they followed Micah back down the hall to the wheel apparatus. Muirin stared at the box for a long time before choosing a candle identical to her strange eyes. The deepest, darkest blue with tiny flecks of white, almost like the stars in a night sky. She approached the lantern and lit it with her candle. Micah turned the wheel, and a scene unfolded. A soft half-twilight shone through the trees. It was night in Isdralan. A familiar-looking man took off his sandals, carrying them in one hand. He looked lost, but not frightened. His toes sank into the supple moss. In the distance, music played, more beautiful than Micah could ever remember hearing.
Richard?
Hawk's uncertain whisper rustled near Micah's ear.
Why is your father in Muirin's vision?
Micah drifted deeper into the scene as a mist rose. The music grew louder, a mournful tune that pierced into his soul. A woman stepped from the trees, stretching her hand to Richard. He accepted it, and she brushed his cheek with her other hand.
Because that's my mother,
Muirin stated, her cheeks brightening. She took a step forward as if to enter the vision.
Father?
Her voice cracked as she took another step forward. Micah reached out a hand to pull her back. Just watch for now." Muirin's lips thinned, but she gave a nod and squeezed his hand. Richard and Mir walked together toward the music, into the mist, and the scene shifted. In a clearing stood tables laden with an immense spread of refreshments, fruit and all varieties of cakes and sweets. The smell of fresh bread permeated the air. A throng of strange people danced and laughed without a care in the world. Some were tall and stately like Mir, almost human, but not quite. Others were small creatures with person-like features. A being that looked as though she were made completely of water danced by, her tiny droplets falling to the ground like rain. Musicians were scattered through the crowd, yet somehow played as one. These were easily the most beautiful people Micah had ever seen. Some smiled and acknowledged Richard. Others moved graceful as ballerinas, lost in their own ecstasy. The woman, Muirin's mother, handed Richard a glass filled with honeyed nectar, and he drank it. She touched his face again, and he joined in the dance.
"Turn it,"
Muirin said, her eyes watering slightly.
"This is obviously not the right time."
Micah paused, hand on the wheel. "Are you sure?" She turned her head away and gave a sharp nod. Micah turned the wheel, then wrapped Muirin in a warm hug. He didn't need to say anything. In front of them, a sandy beach opened to the mouth of a familiar cave. 2 woven baskets sat side by side, their inhabitants wrapped in swaths of seaweed. One infant let out a piercing squall while the other rested. "Is that you?" Micah asked Muirin. Muirin shook her head, gazing blankly at the scene. Richard tiptoed up to the baskets, whispered something inaudible over them, and picked up the crying infant. He sang a soft song until the child calmed again, then reached for the other.
"Richard!"
A shout rang from the distance.
"That was my mother's voice,"
Muirin stated.
"She sounds worried."
A slight creature that appeared to be half bear and half wolf burst from the nearby brush.
Nosh,
Hawk breathed. Then his face turned white with horror as Nosh transformed into a slight woman with raven-black hair speckled with silver.
that's her!
He sputtered. Hawk jumped to his feet, searching the room, but his constant companion had vanished.
How could she trick me like that?
He yelled.
Nosh was my best friend.
Casey mumbled something low under her breath and touched Hawk's arm, while the Baroness held on to him. He stilled and seemed calmer, but his eyes were fire, rimmed in red. Micah wavered. It had been obvious how much the old man loved his companion, but the voice from the scene continued. He faced the vision once again, torn between comforting his friend and getting answers.
No time, the lady hissed. Leave the other one.
But they are mine, Richard cried. They both need me. I can't leave my baby girl alone in this life.
The girl child will be fine,
the lady hissed.
Now, come before Mir returns. It was our deal. She will never let you go. Your only escape is through me.
I don't know, Richard whimpered as Mir's voice echoed ever closer. Micah shivered. What deal had his father made with Kiris?
Mir has chosen the girl as her heir,
Kiris glared.
The child will grow up to be like her mother. Forget her. It's for the best.
Muirin's hand squeezed Micah's so tightly he thought it would break. I shouldn't leave here, but I can't stay here. This is all wrong. Whatever I choose, Richard whispered to the wind. He headed to the cave's mouth with Kiris close behind him. Will you help my father find his way? Kiris did not answer as she hurried Richard along the path. As soon as he disappeared into the cave with the infant Micah, Kiris shifted back into the form of Nosh, just before Hawk came rushing onto the beach. The creature gave a small yelp and darted into the cave, leading Hawk behind him.
Turn the wheel,
Muirin said, her voice unsteady. She sniffed sharply as she finally relaxed her hand. Chapter 14. Family Matters. The wheel clicked into place, its rumbling echoing off the cavern's smooth walls. In the new scene, a woman hung suspended, entangled in spider silk strands that glowed with an uncanny light. Her long dark hair intertwined with the web, flowing as if it were alive. She raised her head, briefly sensing the portal that had opened, and met eyes with Micah. Then she flickered, and her appearance faded into that of an old crone. Now her thin skin was almost translucent, and her silver hair blended with the net that held her. "Is that your mother?" Micah asked Muirin, biting his lip.
That first woman was.
Muirin replied, taking a tentative step forward. An eldritch cry erupted from the silver-haired woman's lips before she flickered again and changed, this time to a young child, tears streaming and eyes red. "What do you mean, the first image? All I see is a figure wrapped in spiderwebbing." The Baroness's lips turned down and her body shuddered.
Why is it always spiders?
"What do you see, Hawk?" Micah asked his grandfather. The old man looked pale and defeated, but he replied without hesitation.
Like the Baroness said, some creature caught in a web.
"You too?" Micah asked Casey.
Afraid so, Micah,
She replied.
but I don't doubt your vision. Muirin seems to see the same. I suspect you two are key.
As Casey spoke, Kiris entered the scene. Her dark hair hung down her back in a shimmering sheet with silver streaks that blended with the gossamer gown she wore. As she ran her fingertips over Mir, a chilling laugh sprang from her lips. Mir's form was shifting faster now, blinking from old to young and back again. Whatever was happening was clearly causing Mir great pain. In every stage now, her mouth was twisted into a silent scream. At the bottom of the web, a white light pulsed and blinked in rhythm with the time shifts. Micah brushed his hand along Connie's spear and took a calming breath, resisting the urge to dive in and avenge Hawk's deception. His grandfather. He had a grandfather. He glanced over at the man to see his fists clenched and his body shaking with silent sobs.
We need to help my mom.
Muirin took another step forward. Tears streamed down her face as her mother altered again and again. Every bone in Micah's body urged him to rush to rescue Mir. His fist closed around the spear and electricity crackled around him. He could feel something building inside that was not there before. Breathe, focus, and pause. Time seemed to slow, and he held his sister's hand in his, tugging her back gently. "We will, but we should make a plan before stepping through." Giving a nod, Muirin relaxed slightly and let out the breath she had been holding.
Yes, that's probably best.
Her face softened and she gave a chuckle before continuing.
Mother always said my emotions were way too human. Here you are, raised there, being the calm one.
A low growl drew Micah's attention to Hawk, whose face had changed from desolation to anger. He gritted his teeth as he tracked Kiris's every step. "Hawk, are you okay?" Micah asked. Hawk's fists clenched even more tightly, fingernails drawing blood from his palms. Before anyone could stop him, he exploded into motion. He reached the portal in 2 bounds and jumped through. The Baroness took a step forward as if to follow him, her dark skin paling to a sickly green. "No!" Micah cried, feeling the bile rise in his throat. He was the one who was supposed to save the day, not his grandfather. Hawk jumping in recklessly could ruin everything. Why? Micah asked no one in particular. Inside the scene, Kiris's eyes widened briefly before the old man tackled her in his rage. She fell to the ground, with Hawk looming over her.
Why?
He shouted.
Why? You were my friend, Nosh, the only thing that ever loved me, and it was all a ruse.
His fists flailed at her again and again, but seemed to pass right through her, as if she were an untouchable ghost. Hawk's breathing became more and more labored until he collapsed into a puddle of sobs. Kiris's face was soft as she rose. She brushed invisible dust from her dress and kneeled down next to Hawk. Her voice was soothing and hushed as she stroked his hair.
My dear Hawk,
she whispered.
I never intended to cause you pain.
Kiris glanced around the room.
Where are the others? Did they finally abandon you?
Hawk's wailing faded into a whimper.
Why?
He asked again, turning his face up to the woman.
Oh, I wouldn't expect your kind to understand. You can only see what's right in front of you.
Her words were tranquil, and Hawk sat still as if transfixed. Behind them, the pulsing light had slowed to a standstill. Mir, also, was peacefully still, watching and waiting. Micah watched the light, eyes calculating. Something had changed here, and perhaps it could be to their advantage. Mir was no longer shifting. Kiris walked around Hawk, a strand of spider silk trailing from her hand, slowly wrapping him in her cocoon.
There are very few of us who were born here, in and of Isdralan,
she continued as she wove her web around Hawk.
And the four, whose duty it is to protect us, have meddled with things for too long. They toy with the universes that touch us like they own time and space, then discard us to our fates. We are nothing to them but useless playthings.
Micah frowned and took a deep breath. Be still. Didn't Kiris treat Hawk like her own personal plaything? What a hypocrite.
Your grandson, Micah, is one of those playthings, you know. She always loved the girl child, Muirin. The boy was just a toy, a bauble, some tiny trinket that caught her interest. She hardly noticed when Richard disappeared with the boy, but she missed something. She didn't realize the twins were two halves of a whole. Muirin would never be her mother's heir without the boy. Would it surprise you to know that Mir is my mother too?
Kiris laughed bitterly.
She never gave me a second thought, though. I belonged in the midden heap, an experiment gone wrong. Mir had thought to control the darkness by owning it as her child, and realized too late that darkness cannot be controlled.
Hawk's eyes widened slightly, and his jaw dropped. Kiris turned her back toward Hawk as she circled him, slowly binding his arms to his body. He glanced at the trapped figure. Mir, now fully awake, gave a slight nod. Hawk remained frozen, but caught her eye and winked in the portal's direction.
Now you're alone. If you had just given me the boy as I asked, none of this would have happened, Hawk. You wouldn't be abandoned by everyone again. I could have been by your side, protecting you. You left me when you chose the others.
Kiris was growling now as she continued her circle around Hawk.
I came not from a world of sunshine and love like you. Soon after I was born, she cast me out, back to my father's world. I had to fight my way back here, because I never fit in there. I've come to find out I do not fit in here either. I clawed my way back to Isdralan for nothing. Taught myself the magic to return, and when I finally did, my mother ignored me.
Kyrus spat.
I was nothing to her.
Micah shuddered and looked at Muirin. This creature was another sister? He counted to 3 in his mind and turned back to the scene.
Mir will soon learn that you cannot control the darkness. The only way to stop it is to close the door forever. Would you like to see where my father came from?
She hissed.
Would you like to see where I was discarded to?
Her free hand traced a rune in the air, bringing up a ring of faint light. It shimmered around the circumference, but inside was utter darkness. A howl of despair sounded from the portal, answered with screams of fear. A pale green light shone from the entrance. Could this be the dark world that the first candle revealed? Micah wondered. Hawk's face went white, but he remained still. Waves of hopelessness emanated from inside the vision. It hurt. Micah could feel pulses of pain coming from the scene, and he wasn't even inside. Muirin dropped to her knees, and he pulled her back to standing.
Oh, what I would give to send her there for a few millennia.
Kyrus gestured toward Mir.
But it doesn't work that way. None of the 4 can leave. Did you know that? They are this place. It doesn't exist without them, and they don't exist without it. And they do not die in the way you understand. So I can't just kill her.
Kyrus sighed and continued her revolution around Hawk.
So I'm stuck with trapping her in time. That, at least, I can do. And I will do the same with the others. But I can't have Muirin and Micah rise to take her place. One or both of them have to go.
The web now encircled Hawk from the bottom of his waist all the way to his neck, squeezing, compressing, and slowly encroaching on his mouth. His jaw quivered and his lips moved like he was trying to speak.
Oh?
Kyrus raised an eyebrow.
Have something to say? I suppose it will not hurt.
She gave a quick nod and the webbing loosened. Hawk exhaled sharply.
Oh, why, Micah and Muirin?
He croaked. Kyrus's laughter tinkled like bells.
Originally, I thought keeping them separate would be enough. Muirin's magic is a trifle, so she can turn into a cute little dog. Any actual power would need to involve both of the twins.
Hawk's lips parted to speak again, but Kyrus covered them with a long, slender finger.
You failed me the first time, but I am not heartless. Promise to help me, and I will let you go, and even let your grandson survive. At least one twin will have to go. You can have the power to choose which, if you help me.
Micah swallowed hard and glanced at his sister, then at the spear in his hand. It was the key, but Micah could not figure out what it unlocked.
What are we?
He whispered to Muirin. He turned to Casey and the Baroness. How much did you know? The Baroness shrugged, and Casey had a dreamy look on her face, like she was lost in her thoughts. Micah took an uncertain step toward the portal. Muirin tugged at him, pulling back.
You were right, Micah. We need a plan,
she whispered.
We will figure out how to rescue Hawk.
Inside the scene, Kyrus continued.
The 4 have ruled unchecked for too long. They ignore the danger that comes with our connection to the other worlds. We must close the portals forever and let each place exist on its own.
Muirin was ghost white.
That would destroy Isdralan. Kiris doesn't know. No one would have told her. We have to tell her. Closing the portals destroys us. She is playing with power she doesn't understand.
A pang of sympathy overtook Micah. His chest tightened. Kiris had been abandoned. She didn't have a dad like his. She was truly alone. Hawk's attention was glued on Kiris, but his legs shifted ever so slightly, testing and stretching. His eyes were still red with anger and hurt, but a new tear trailed down his weathered face.
When I sent Richard back to Earth, I thought you and I would be done. But I am not without pity. I kept you company when you were lonely, did I not?
Kiris flickered briefly into Nosh, then back to herself.
It was fortunate I did. You have proved less than useful, Hawk.
Hawk's jaw clenched tightly.
You say Mir uses people as playthings. Aren't I just the same to you? You never cared a lick about me. Just used me to get to Richard and the kids.
Kiris let out a cold and empty laugh.
Oh, you are mistaken, Hawk. I never discarded you. Was I not with you every step of the way? Did I not comfort you in your sorrow and stand by you even when you worked against me?
Hawk shuddered visibly as he turned toward the group. He gave a slight nod to Micah before rising to his feet. This time, Kiris followed his gaze, suspicion showing on her face.
What are you looking at?
She asked in a voice low and menacing. Before she could react, Hawk lowered his head and, screaming, propelled his body forward on a collision course with hers. She took a step back, and her head tilted in confusion as the weight of his body pushed Kiris into her own dark portal. The scream that erupted from her lips was like nothing on earth, gut-wrenching and torturous. The ground around the portal rumbled in protest, and rocks fell from the ceiling. As he fell into the dark world after her, Hawk shifted his body so that he was facing the group. The last thing Micah saw before Hawk plummeted into the strange light was the look of contentment on his grandfather's face. Then, the entrance to Kiris's world blinked out. Chapter 15. A New Destiny. Without breaking Muirin's grip, Micah yanked her through the portal toward the place from which Hawk had disappeared. Feet pounding, he ran to the spot, pulling his sister behind him. The room was eerily silent now. No more rumbling, and no more Hawk.
Hawk!
He cried in the empty chamber. Why had he hesitated and left his friend, his grandfather, behind? His heart raced, and each breath felt forced as he searched for evidence of the portal that had swallowed Hawk and Kiris. There was nothing. Only an empty chamber. Goosebumps rose on his bare arms as he glanced over at the woman in the center of the room. Mir was his birth mother, yet he felt indifferent to her. Hawk, with all his faults, had at least cared. Micah wasn't sure if this woman even knew he existed. The spider silk webbing, still wrapped tightly around Mir's body, was now dull. At the foot of the web, Micah spotted the small golden ball that now pulsed softly on the ground where it had fallen. She was still now, her face trapped in a grimace of pain. Muirin ran to her mother and wrapped her in a tight hug, but Mir's face did not change. Micah pulled his gaze from the woman he could not bring himself to call mother, and continued searching for a way to reopen the portal.
Casey?
Micah cried.
Is there any way to get to them? You pulled me from the tower. Can't we do the same for Hawk?
Casey's lips turned down, and she shook her head.
That was different. You were here in this plain in Isdralan, and I knew where to find you.
What about the candles? Micah shouted. We can use them.
I don't think that's a good... Mother!
Muirin cried as she tore at the bindings holding her mother.
Wake up!
Micah could hear Muirin screaming at him.
Her face is getting paler!
But he couldn't wrench his attention from the portal. His mind raced. The candle contraption? He just needed to turn the wheel back.
Micah, help me, please!
Muirin's voice cut through his thoughts. He glanced at his sister, not sure what to do. Muirin sank to her knees.
You have the power.
The woman's voice in his mind was urgent, and a warmth spread across his back. Micah glanced over at Casey. Hadn't she spoken in his mind before, when she pulled him from the tower? But she seemed lost in her own thoughts. Then he had a realization. The spear. He pulled the weapon from its makeshift sheath. When he ran his hands over it, he could feel the power thrumming from the soft wood. When he looked up, he saw the slightest outline of the portal that Hawk had disappeared into. You can reopen the portal. You can save Hawk, but you must act fast. It was a man's voice that spoke in his head this time, familiar yet inaccessible, like the dappled light on a clear pond that broke into a million waves the moment you touched it.
She is dying! I know it! Please, anybody, help me!
Muirin was losing herself in a torrent of tears. Micah turned away from the portal to look at Mir. It was clear that the pulsing ball of light was pulling some essence from the trapped woman's body.
That's it. You need to destroy the disc.
The female voice spoke now. Micah wavered. He glanced back at the fading portal and back at the sobbing Muirin. Both his mother and his grandfather needed urgent help, and somehow Micah knew he could not save them both. He took a deep breath before he plunged his spear into the glowing ball at Mir's feet. The outline of the portal disappeared. There would be no chance to save Hawk. Mir was as still as death. Hawk's portal was gone. Why had nothing happened? What if his sacrifice was not enough, Micah wondered. What if he'd taken too long? The light from the disc slowly faded to black. Then Mir sputtered, and with a violent shake, freed herself from the strands that had held her tight. She drew herself to her full height and scanned the faces in the room like a queen judging her subjects. Muirin took a step forward, wiping her tears. Inclining her head slightly, she whispered, "Mother." Mir's lips played into a smile, and she offered a hand to her daughter, pulling her close and embracing her lightly. Then she reached toward Micah.
Micah,
Mir beckoned.
let me look at you.
He stood like a statue, frowning, unsure of what to do. Part of him wanted nothing to do with her. Mir had cost him his grandfather. Their eyes met, and he could feel their pull, yet he stood firm until Casey nudged him.
Go,
she whispered. Micah sighed, then evaluated the woman that stood before him. She was unusually tall, with an elegance that seemed to flow through her very being. Mir's eyes were a mix of the stars in the night sky and the turmoil of an angry sea. He could see where his sister got her beauty. He wanted to be happy that they had rescued Muirin's mother, his mother, but all he felt was emptiness. So much had happened in the last couple of days. His family had grown exponentially, and some kind of magic was awakening inside that he couldn't even begin to understand. Micah knew Mir could and would send him home, but what did that even mean? He missed his mom and dad, and even baby Bethany, but nothing would ever be the same. The thought of going back to the 8th grade at a new school seemed meaningless, and the thought of going back and having this experience fade away was even worse. Somehow, The last few days had given him a sister and a grandfather he had never known existed, friendship deeper than he had ever felt, and an understanding that the mysteries he used to believe in were possible. Something inside had changed, and Micah didn't know the path forward anymore. All he wanted was to go back to before this happened. Yet, in doing so, he would lose this moment. He gazed at the people in the room. His chest tightened as he thought of Hawk, and sorrow threatened to overwhelm him. Micah squeezed his eyes shut, pushing it down. He let a comforting nothingness float to the top, then stepped toward his mother and accepted her hand. Mir looked him up and down, and he felt the weight of her judgment bearing down on him. "What is it you want?" The woman's voice sounded in his head. He looked around at the others who stood in silence. "My question is for you alone," the voice continued. What did he want? It was a broad-ended question that was full of traps. He wanted Hawk back. He wanted to go home, to see his father and to hug his mom and baby Bethany. He wanted to be a kid again, someone who could believe in magic with an innocence that did not realize its consequences. But something inside of him knew that could never be. Will I ever see Muirin again? Or my new friends? A tinkle of laughter sounded inside his head, and he frowned. They were legit questions, and it was a joke to her. "I do not control them, child. Whether you see them again is up to you and them." Micah sighed. This was the most she would give. Reluctantly, he met Mir's eyes. He knew what he would ask for. "I would like for you to send me home." This time, her amusement came out in a flood. "It is not me that will send you home. You have had the power all along." "Will I remember what happened?" He spoke to the voice in his head. This time, Mir did not answer. Micah sighed as he tried to memorize each face in the room. "Thank you for your help." Mir spoke out loud in a regal voice. She cupped Muirin's face in her hands, kissing each cheek. "I will see you again soon, daughter." She crossed in front of Casey and the Baroness, regarding them. In Casey's hand, she placed a small seed that glowed faintly in the dim light of the chamber. Casey's mouth formed a perfect O, and she threw her arms around the much taller Mir in excitement. "Thank you! I will guard it with my life!" she sang, dancing happily from foot to foot. "What is it?" Micah asked. Casey kissed the seed and looked at Micah. "A chance to regrow something very important to my world." Mir's lips turned up slightly, and then she turned to the Baroness, inclining her head. "You will find all is not lost. Follow the path ahead for forgiveness." Her arms swept toward an exit from the chamber. "He awaits when you're ready." Micah peered into the new exit Mir had created to see Ion sitting on the throne, still wearing a face that was twin to his own. The man gave him a wink before gesturing. The Baroness sighed before stepping into the room. As she turned back to Micah, Mir's voice was formal. "When you are ready, Muirin will help you return home." She fixed her gaze on Muirin. "Daughter, you will find the path in the way you brought yourself to his world." Then she faced Micah and reached out a hand. "I will see that the spear is returned to its rightful owner." Micah hesitated a moment before handing Mir the spear. It was not what Connie had instructed, but it felt right to entrust it with her. She accepted the spear, then faced the web that had held her. At the bottom, the orb of dim light was no longer pulsing. Mir lifted her foot and stepped on the disc. The group watched as the orb split into 3 pieces, which Mir picked up. She attached one to a golden chain around her neck. It glowed brightly once again, with a light that encompassed her whole body. When she was almost too bright to see, she faced her children one last time. Micah had to squint when he looked at her. The air wavered, and a raven circled Mir twice before transforming into a savage-looking woman with a wicked sword at her side. A tiny man who grew into a golden knight followed behind her. Mir passed the spear to Connie with a solemn nod. Behind them, a magnificent stag eyed Micah solemnly. "What is that thing?" Micah asked, pointing to the orb she now wore around her neck. "Some objects have great power in Isdralan. This is my gift to you." As she spoke, her voice grew distant. She handed Micah and Muirin each a piece of the disk just before luminescence reached its pinnacle and the four beings disappeared. Micah turned to his sister. "I don't understand." Muirin stood dumbfounded for a moment before throwing her arms around her brother in a warm hug.
"It's both of us," she whispered. "She just chose us to take her place someday."
Coughing, Micah stepped back in surprise. "Say what? I thought I was going home." Muirin laughed.
"You are. You have plenty of time to live your life."
Chapter 16. The Arrow of Time. Micah was silent, standing next to his sister, his brain awash with thoughts and emotions, until he heard the Baroness stomp back into the room. He looked up just in time to see the doorway and Ion disappear behind her.
"We need to save him."
Her voice was crisp and businesslike. She stepped toward the place where Kiris's portal had blinked out and reached a long arm out to find any residue the magic may have left.
"That muddle-headed lummox just jumped in."
Inch by inch, the Baroness inspected the area where Hawk and Kiris had disappeared. She touched a pebble and even stuck out her tongue to taste the air. After finding nothing, she slumped down in a huff against the smooth wall. Casey sat next to her friend, leaning her head against the Baroness.
"I haven't seen you care this much in a long time,"
Casey breathed and took the large woman's hand in her own.
"Sometimes we can't get them back."
"You don't have any stupid puns for me now?"
The Baroness scrunched her face tight, as though she were trying to push back the tear that had leaked out of the corner of her eye. Then her face relaxed back to its typical mask of aloofness.
"We can use the candle contraption and try to go back."
Micah met her eyes. The flood of perceptions had given him a realization, a simple truth. "We can't keep using the candle machine. It wouldn't even be the same Hawk."
"But he would be close. There must be 1,000,000 hawks that need saving. What does it hurt to save one?"
The Baroness's voice was shaky and almost a yell.
"He gave his life for us."
She was up in an instant, crossing the distance to Micah in 2 strides to clasp his shoulders. The Baroness's tusks looked extra sharp as she looked down on him. He was certain her grip would leave bruises. She stared at her hands and then at Micah's face. Suddenly, she dropped her hands and took a step back.
"You have always been so heartless. Explain to me why we can't save Hawk."
Micah didn't feel heartless. In fact, he felt quite the opposite, as though his heart were breaking into 1,000,000 pieces. He wanted to give the Baroness a giant hug and tell her it would be okay. But nothing felt okay. He reached a hand out, and the Baroness placed her large one in his. He led her back through the portal to the candle contraption, with Casey and Muirin following close behind. Micah turned the wheel backward 1 click to reveal the scene in which Mir was still trapped, and Kiris had Hawk wrapped up. Muirin, the Baroness, and Casey watched in terror as the awful series of events unfolded again. The Baroness tugged at his hand, but Micah held firm, fearing she would try to enter the new portal.
"Why?"
she whispered.
"Why do you make me see this again?"
"Wait," Micah stated, and turned the wheel back again. Something was clicking in his head. He wasn't trying to make them sad, he only wanted them to understand. In school, science had been one of his favorite classes. His 7th grade teacher had taught them about the scientific process, Could it work here? First, ask a question. Can we use the candle contraption to save Hawk? The view was the same. Mir and Hawk were still trapped. Next, do background research and construct a hypothesis.
This is cruel,
Muirin cried, her hands on her hips.
What point are you trying to prove, Micah?
I said wait, he replied with a sigh. It would only waste time to explain this to people who had never been to school. Test your hypothesis with an experiment. This time, they all watched as another Baroness bolted through the portal, 2 arms raised as she called forth a great wave of sound and directed it at Kiris. But Kiris was too fast. She countered with a beam of dark energy, and the Baroness in the vision collapsed to the ground, dead. Soon after, Hawk was dying as well. Whoa, can you actually do that? Micah asked the Baroness. She nodded dismissively, her attention glued to the wheel scenes. Micah moved to click back the wheel again, but this time Casey rested a hand on his shoulder and stopped him.
Not again,
she breathed. Analyze the data and draw a conclusion. He gave Casey a brief nod and turned to face the group. Share your results. Do you think I wanted to leave Hawk to his fate? Micah asked. Something strange happened when I watched Hawk with Kiris. At first, I thought everyone saw the same thing, but I was wrong. It was after I touched the spear. He walked to the contraption, plucked Muirin's candle out, and watched the portal close. Somehow, while you guys watched Hawk jump in the portal after Kiris, I saw every potential outcome at once. Micah took a moment to look at each of his friends. I had to watch each one of you die, but I never saw an outcome that was ideal. He paused, exhaling slowly. I originally thought that this candle thing was some sort of time machine, and that it could take us back to fix things or even get home. I hoped I could go back to the place on the beach right before I left, and none of this would ever have happened. But what would that do to Mir's rescue? Micah walked over to the box of candles and picked up the one he had chosen before, the one with the blue swirls. It almost looked as though it contained the Earth's atmosphere in its colorful wax. Then I remembered a debate in one of my science classes between my best friend Riley and the teacher. Why does time move forward? According to the laws of physics, it could go in any direction, depending on the direction of the molecules. It really didn't make sense, but I tried to pay attention because Riley's a science nerd, and I wanted to seem as smart as him.
The laws of what?
The Baroness scoffed.
What is this gobbledygook you are talking about?
Let him finish,
Casey said. Micah gave Casey a forlorn smile before continuing. Our perception of time moves forward like an arrow. If we go back in time and change something, we would change ourselves, right? The Baroness gave a half-hearted nod. My teacher called it entropy. We are all programmed to move toward chaos like it's a target. We can't change time, but we can go back. The problem is that each moment has infinite possibilities, and each possibility is its own existence. So when we go back, instead of changing the future, we break it into a ton of little pieces.
You are making my head hurt.
The Baroness frowned at him.
Are you telling me there are millions of versions of me created with each moment?
Not millions, Micah replied. Infinite. Some are almost exactly the same as you. When we used the candles, we went into versions of our world that were just a little different from where we started. So you can save a Hawk, but he won't be ours. There will always be a Hawk that is lost to Kiris's world, no matter how many times we save him. The candles are just a tool to help us tune to other possible realities. But when we do that, we kind of break time. Nobody spoke for a long time. Micah sunk down and leaned against the polished wall. He would return home soon and see his parents. They would remember and love him, but in some universe, A different father and mother would grieve his loss forever. This realization was eating Micah up inside, and he wasn't sure how he would ever get past that. Perhaps he would forget, like his dad had. "Muirin," Micah asked, "when my father left Isdralan and returned home, he didn't remember. Will that happen to me?"
I'm not sure.
Muirin pursed her lips. Micah didn't know if he preferred to forget or remember. He wished he could choose the memories. He had found another sister and a grandfather. And what about his powers? He was pretty sure that seeing time fracture was only the beginning. Would that power go away? Plus, according to Muirin, he was now heir to godhood. Would Mir just come pluck him out of his life when she was dying? How would the future Micah react if he didn't remember? He was also going to miss Casey and the Baroness. What if he never saw them again? This was like leaving Riley and the others all over again, and he was tired of goodbyes. "I don't want to forget," he whispered, "but it hurts so much. I will miss you guys." Casey moved closer, sitting on the ground next to him, and hung an arm around his shoulder. She glanced at the Baroness, then back to Micah.
I am 100% positive we will meet again.
She squeezed his shoulder tightly.
1,000%.
"What do you mean you're positive that we will meet again?" Micah asked his friend.
Well,
Casey glanced at her bare wrist.
I always take my watch off before sharing a secret.
"Why do you say that? You don't even wear a watch."
Because time will tell.
Casey threw her head back and howled. The Baroness sat down on his other side and gave his shoulder an awkward pat.
When we do, please remember this. I am very sorry if I ever doubt your loyalty, and I am sorry for any wrongs I may cause. If you can forgive me now, I would greatly appreciate it.
Didn't you get forgiveness in the cave?
Casey raised an eyebrow.
I may have gotten mad and forgotten.
The Baroness sniffed.
You can never be too safe. Plus, I like this, Micah.
Micah looked at the Baroness, who was close to tears, and gave a nod. I forgive you. Muirin cleared her throat.
We should probably get you home soon, Micah.
Micah gave his candle a squeeze and reached for the wheel.
What are you doing?
Muirin asked, holding back a giggle. Getting ready to go home, Micah stated. Mir said I could do it myself. I assumed it was with the candles. I just need to find a reality close enough to my own and live there.
Do you know what happens when you assume?
Casey asked. Muirin raised an eyebrow.
No, what?
Casey just grinned.
You make an...
Never mind that, Micah interrupted and gave Casey a nudge. Just something about donkeys.
I'm confused,
Muirin stated. Just tell me what our mother meant, Micah interrupted.
I can make windows into your world, like the portals, at certain times of the year. I imagine you can too.
Muirin smiled.
There is still time for you to get back to your own world, and little time will have passed, probably less than a week. But we need to act quickly before the solstice week is complete.
What if I forget you? Micah felt a rising panic. My dad doesn't seem to remember his time here. What if that happens to me?
Maybe he does, and just doesn't tell you.
Casey asked.
I travel between worlds, and remember?
I don't know, Micah answered. I know my dad, and if he knew he had another daughter here, he would have done anything to be with her.
I don't pretend to know why Casey remembers. Maybe her world is different.
Muirin spoke in a soft voice.
But you were born here. I don't forget. And I think you'll remember too. But if we want to get you home around the same time you left, we should act soon.
When will I see you again? Micah sighed, attempting to hide the tears that were brimming in his eyes.
Same time next year?
Muirin asked. All Micah could do was nod, for fear that his tears would overtake his voice. His sister smiled and reached out a hand. He felt the now familiar electrical current when they joined. Casey clasped his other hand, and the three of them walked toward the cave's mouth together.
I have a connection to the sea,
Muirin stated.
and whenever I have traveled between the worlds in the past, that is how I travel.
They were back in the room with the giant triskel on the floor. The journey seemed to move much faster through the tunnels on the return. Casey dropped his hand and ran out to the beach as if she was expecting something to be waiting on the outside.
I like to shift into a seal,
Muirin blushed.
like the Selkies.
Are you going to turn me into a seal? Micah asked, dancing from toe to toe. This could be exciting. Muirin just laughed.
I don't think I can do that, or have the time to teach you. I think when we are together, I can just move the both of us.
Micah nodded in understanding. He could feel the power coursing through him when they were linked. He and Muirin exited the cave together, following in the direction Casey had run. The petite woman was now seated at the edge of the beach, head in her hands. She looked up at Micah and Muirin with a sad expression.
I thought he would be here.
Casey rose and forced herself to her feet. The Baroness stepped in behind her, and they both faced Micah.
I promise you, you will see us again, both of us.
She wrapped Micah into a warm hug, and the Baroness gave him an awkward pat.
But this is a farewell, because I'm not sure if you and I will meet again.
Micah scrunched his face. You are filled with riddles today. How can you be so sure we will meet again? And then you say you may never see me again.
Well, Micah, time flies like an arrow,
she sighed. And fruit flies like a banana, he replied. A smile tugged at the corner of her lips, and she kissed his cheek.
Good luck, Micah.
Where will you go? He asked Casey and the Baroness.
I'll signal the golden goal and see what adventures we can find.
Casey gave a wink.
I think your sister's impatient.
Micah gave Casey one more hug and turned to Muirin. She reached both her hands to him, and he clasped them in his. The power swelled between them.
Shut your eyes,
she breathed. Behind his eyelids, he thought of home, his father's gentle tales, and his mother's warm hugs. He thought of Bethany's laughter, and the old creaky floors of their new house in Maine.
Next year, during the summer solstice, I will be here.
Muirin's voice echoed in his mind. See you next summer, he answered back. Micah! The voices were clearer now as he opened his eyes. He could see his father running down the beach as fast as his legs could carry him. Bethany was bouncing in the sling as his mother ran close behind. In the ocean, a small seal ducked under the waves with a splash, and a flare of blue light shone before she disappeared completely. Epilogue. Ion leaned back into his golden throne as the scene faded away. This had always been one of his favorite possibilities. So many of his paths had been filled with darkness. This one, however, began with a flicker of hope. The tiny flame of it had inspired him to build the candle mechanism. Too bad it would soon be destroyed. No matter. It existed in many other times and places he could reach easily if necessary. His sister sat in her corner, working away on her newest tapestry. She always favored the stars over the sea, and this masterpiece was no different. Shall we join Mother for the solstice? He asked, attempting to keep a soft voice. She jumped, jarred from her intense focus on the fate she was weaving, then smiled. Of course. They walked, side by side, out of the caves of time to gaze at the stars on a pocket beach in Bar Harbor, Maine. The end. This has been Micah and the Candles of Time, the Isdralan Chronicles. Written by Beth Connor. Narrated by Michael Smith. Copyright 2022 by Wolf Grove Media, LLC. Production copyright by Wolf Grove Media, LLC.